All right then, so I think we are now live. Now this is actually game two of this. You know, the return of the MIM tournament with $1,300 worth of prizing available. So like I said, this is round two, game two of this best of three here between Zenith and Zack Bivens. Zenith won game one. It was awfully close though. So let's see how this game two goes. As we join, Zack has Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, and then the Aerial Spectacular Singer. And then Zenith has the Bookie and the Flynn Rider. So the Bookie kind of gives us a little insight into what Zenith's trying to do. It's going to be a very discard heavy deck, as it looks like we see a whole new world being played. Oh my goodness. Maybe I have to turn that down a little bit. That whole new world. Goodness gracious. Okay. So like I was saying, Zenith is playing a sort of discard heavy deck. You know, you're going to be using the green stuff like Bookie, has that ability. Squeak, whenever you play a Floodborn, your opponent has to discard a card from their hand. It can be terrifying. As we can see there, we've got Hypnotize, discard, makes your opponent discard a card. Flynn Rider, not that one, that one. Here comes the Smolder. And then you have some metal to have some offensive pressure as well. This deck is rather scary, I'm not going to lie. So let's see how Zack can deal with it. Looks like he's playing Amber metal deck himself. That Tiana will have a resist. I mean, there is a resist Tiana, I should say, that maybe he's playing. This one, you know, a bit like the what's that? What's the snowman called? Olaf, a 1-drop with a 3 willpower. I tell you what, this board's looking quite good there for Zack's going to have a lot of options to sing whatever he likes with 2 spectacular singers in play, and then the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation as well. So, you know, we could see another whole new world. We could see Let the Storm Rage on. Up to 4 ink, so it looks like we are going to see a Let the Storm Rage on into that Tinkerbell. Draw a card. Does draw into the Grab Your Sword, so we are going to almost see a board wipe here immediately. We could see a challenge into that Flynn Rider, obviously, to get the banishment there on that. Is obviously an option. We are going to see the Simba being played, Bodyguard, and the Tiana. And I quite like this play from Zack there, basically saying, right, I want to get everything in play and then sing a whole new world. Deal with it. You know, it's not a bad way to approach the game, is it? Let's be honest. And still has some ink left to get that ballroom sensation down as well. And look at all the songs in Zack's hand right now. He has a lot of options moving forward. Over to Zenith though. You know, what do you see here? We do see a Grab Your Sword. We do see another Bookie. We see Prince John. Can be terrifying if that can come down for good effect. There we see that Jafar Dreadnought. One of my favourite cards. When it banishes something, you get to draw a card. And obviously, it's a Floodborn as well. So that would have worked with Bookie had he survived the turn. But he did not. Over to Zack. So I think that was a Tiana getting sent to the Inkwell. Now, this could get a little bit dangerous. We do see that big Cinderella shift into play. You know, the swinging sword lets you challenge readied characters as long as you sung a song this turn. And there we go. That Jafar's not long for this world. And whoa, we're going to see a quick concession there. Oh my goodness. Wow, Zenith was not having a fun time with that. So that means we're going to a game 3 in this round 2 return of the MIM event. Right, now let's see if we can find that game 3. I am very excited to see how this one pans out, because I was actually watching the game 1, but I didn't want to go live because it felt as if it was going to end soon. But then it never seemed to end for a long time. I was like, wow, maybe I should have started streaming. This was actually quite fun. But let's see what we have here. So have they started yet? Let's refresh again. Wow. That was Zack going off to the races there, putting it all down to a big game 3. Now, have they started their game 3? Surely that wasn't game 2 that we just, I mean, that wasn't game 3 we saw there, was it? Can't seem to find their game here. Trying to scroll through. If we could, maybe that was their game 3. Let me check. Let's have a look, because I hope it wasn't, because I really want to see how that how that panned out. Okay. see if we can find this game. I really want to find this game 2 here. Let me concentrate. Gotta find where's Zack. Zack's the easiest name to find there. Zack. Yeah, unless there was a quick game one that I wasn't aware about. I mean that could have maybe that is what happened. I tell you what, let me go onto the away screen. I'm gonna try and find that game 3. Come back. If I can't find it, we'll watch another one. Back in a sec. All right then, so we're going to hop into this game. It turns out that Zack Bivens, that was his game 3, so he won that. Fair play to him. And I was about to say, this could be an interesting game because our Stitch player at the bottom had access to a whole new world to fill their hand back up. But just as we said that, Pixelborn Boner Press there has quickly saw that that is not going to be the case. And now Stitch has a no card hand and no board as well. Oh, dearie me. Let's see what Stitch can do to try and get out of this. We are going to see some questing there from Borna. Does Top Decker grab your sword? Not bad. Does get rid of the Lucifer. Okay, okay. Oh, hold on. Change that. Yeah, let's see what Borna can do. Still has this turn. Obviously, we're going to see on a Sleepy Flute top deck. That's not very good. What can Borna Prexus do here? Well, I mean, just keep questing. I guess we've got Be Prepared. We have all sorts of stuff in the hand. Aerial, this could be a big turn here. If this find a grab your sword, we could see something happen. And oh, let the Storm Rage on. Okay, we are going to get to draw a card there for Stitch, I guess. It's not like the end of the world. Oh no, and draws another Sleepy Flute. But yeah, I guess it's going to be 3 lore actually. So now I think about it, that's actually not a bad little turn at all. Oh, start to put the Sleepy Flute down though. Okay. Now obviously Borna has a ton of options here to get rid of that aerial. We've got the Mother Gothel, Lady Tremaine, I should say. So away goes that Lady Tremaine, unfortunately. Which is no fun. But Prince Eric, not quite what we're after here for Stitch there. Does have a Sleepy Flute as well. But no, we are going to see a concession, right? Let me go back to the pause screen real quick and we'll try and get us another game. Right then, so it looks like this round is sort of winding down now. There's not too many tables left, and the games that are still going on are sort of high late game, high lore games. So I think we're going to wrap this up here for round two, and when we get back, round three will be started. We're going to try and catch the whole round of that. We'll follow one table and see how it goes. See you soon. Hello, I was muted the whole time. Sorry about that. So here we are. We are now here, round 3 of the return of the MIM. $1,300 event. Zack Bivens versus Dan. And it's like Dan is playing that green metal discard deck, which is actually terrifying, by the way, because not only are you discarding cards from your opponent's hand, but you are also throwing around damage. As we can see, Dan is playing cards like Fire the Cannons, which is very good at putting damage into play. So a bit of a hybrid kind of a deck, as it were. As Zack does put down the Cinderella Knight in training, and then passes it over to Dan. Now, he's going to be Dan's 3-ink turn. Doesn't have a ton of options here. I mean, he could put a Prince John down. I'm sure what he's going to do. Which has the I Sentence You sort of ability. Whenever your opponent discards a card from their hand, you get to draw one. Not bad, considering the card has Ward and has a 2 Law Power as well. So, that is very nice. So, let's see what we can do here. So I have to just do something on Twitter. Bear with. Copy. Don't need to this. Well, you. This folder. Drag this over here. So I'm doing a tweet. Live. Go there. Yeah, that. Copy. I'm so professional, aren't I? Okay. So let's see. So now we're back over here. Danu's turn. Oh, that Cinderella has gone. And back over to Zack. So both players not really doing a great deal here, but we are going to get to those high ink numbers now, as we do see Rockstar Stitch come down via shift. Very strong. We're going to see a whole new world. So both players are going to have access to 7 new cards, which is, you know, a mighty high number. 7. Okay, let's see what Daniel got here. So 4 ink does have a Fire the Cannons, 2 Fire the Cannons, Improvise, Prince John, Jafar. Has a lot of options, but on the 5 ink turn, I'm not so sure really what you could do. I mean, you can play that Improvise or ink it, going up to 5. As we are going to see that Beast come down. What a fantastic card that is. It's better this way. If you start the turn with that Beast having no damage on, you get to draw a card. If it has got damage on, he now goes to, what is that, 7 strength. It's like pick your poison. Zack does put down the Aerial. Spectacular Singer. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Grab a song and put it in your hand. As we do see a Strength of a Raging Fire. Now, we could see that be used, maybe. I was going to say to tag that Beast so it can't draw cards. But it looks like Zack is going to play a Simba, activate Rockstar Stitch's ability, draw some cards. And then Simba gets to draw some cards as well and lets you discard one when you play it. So all manner of things going on here. And quite honestly, I am all for it. As it does go over to Dan now. Gets the extra top deck from that Beast. Oh no, sorry, it's still Zack's turn. I apologise. Thought that was a passover. So Zack has 1 ink left. I don't think has access to a 1 inker apart from that Tiana. So that Strength of a Raging Fire is going to be strong. Currently sitting at 4 damage, which is kind of worrying. Could actually sing it now off Stitch. Chooses not to, as we do see now it's over to Dan's turn, who gets the extra card from the Beast, who's got a Bookie, and then a Jafar Dreadnought has well. Dreadnought, that right there is a scary name, that's for sure. Okay. So let's see what Dan does. Dan has a whole ton of options here. Look, even has the big Hercules. Obviously, as a Floodborn, the idea is with this Bookie, if you have Bookie in play, then any Floodborn you play after that, your opponent has to discard a card from their hand, which can be terrifying. Make no mistake about it. So let's see what he does. Still has, what, 5 ink? Can still ink this turn as well. So we'll have 6 ink available. But what do you get rid of? I mean, I would imagine Jafar could be a sensible pick, but then you might want to hold on to your Floodborn so you can get maximum use via Bookie. As Bookie does hit the field, so you could, you know, ink 1, go up to 4, then play a Jafar this turn. That would get your discard. You know, you could Hypnotize to make Zack discard a card, draw a card, and then see what's going on. And it looks like okay, what's happened? What happened there? Was that Strength for the Raging Fire, I think? Yeah, it must have been Strength of a Raging Fire was sung there. As we do see that Jafar hit the inkwell, so 3 ink left. And are we going to see that hypnotize? No, we're going to see a Tinkerbell come down. That makes sense. Right, over to Zack. Now, Zack has a whole lot of options here. Doesn't have a grab your sword, though. I think would be most ideal. And obviously, you know, the Bookie and the Prince John does have wards, so you won't be able to target them with Strength of a Raging Fire, worth noting. This is going to be Zack's 6 ink turn, so, you know, Cinderella not quite a threat yet, well, unless she was to sing 0 to hero. What is this card here? World's Greatest Criminal Mastermind. Banish a character with 5 or more. Could see that being used on the Beast. Zack puts down the double Simba. As we are going to see Strength for the Raging Fire being played onto that Beast for the immediate banish. And we see another Strength of the Raging Fire onto that Tinkerbell for the big fat 5 damage. Goodness gracious me, Zack. And this could be the problem with this the discard decks. I was about to say I haven't got a ton of removal power, but we do see the top deck there of the Grab Your Sword. Ooh, that's going to put 2 damage everywhere. And that 2 damage is kind of strong. It gets rid of the Simba. It gets rid of that Simba. 2 damage there, 2 damage there, 2 damage there. Leaves everyone with 1. All of a sudden now fire the cannons could come in. But the only problem with Grab Your Sword right now is that Dan hasn't got any way of singing it. There is no current 5 in play. Prince John is 3 and Bucky is 2. We'll have 7 ink available though. So this turn provides you ink something. And it looks like what I was going to see was that Grab Your Sword being sung for 5. Okay, so now Dan has 1 ink left as we are going to see a Grab Your Sword. A fire the cannons, I should say. Wow, so the pendulum of power speaking here. Dan said, hold up, wait a second. I could do some damage too, my friend. The only problem is now for Dan, hasn't got access to play a Floodborn this turn. So won't be able to activate the Bookie. So we are going to see a pass. No ink there for Dan. Could be something worth noting. As it is over to Zack. And let's see what Zack can do here. It's going to be a 7 ink turn. So all manner of things. I guess this World's Greatest Criminal Mastermind is kind of good. You know, banish a character with 5 strength or more. But at this moment in time, not too helpful. So maybe that could be getting inked. As we do see the big Cinderella come down via that his 0 to hero card. We are going to see a quest from Tiana. And we are going to see great, yeah, as it does get sent to the inkwell. And we see the bodyguard Simba now as well. And I quite like this play from Zack. Emptying the hand said, right, if you had discard stuff, I don't care anymore. You can't hit my hands. I haven't got one. And now you're going to have to try and deal with my board instead. Interesting scenario. So, I mean, all of a sudden, this Tinkerbell seems very good because it's going to pick up a double banish there. No damage into the Cinderella, obviously, for that resist -2. But it does present a strong board presence. But apart from that, Dan can't really do a lot now. You know, can opt to ink something and maybe play a second Bookie. I mean, I don't mind it. Oh, no, sorry, that take him to 1 ink. So, no, that's all we're going to see there. Big top deck for Zack. Will find maybe a whole new world of this aerial. Let the Storm Rage on. Not bad. So, he can sing that with... Can you sing that with Simba? No, he's going to sing it with Cinderella instead. Gets to do 2 damage to that Tinkerbell. And there we go. Wow. I say 2 damage. Here we go. And then draws into the Tiana there as well. Wow. Oh, big hurts coming down though with that -2 resist and a 6 strength. That second Bookie is going to hit the inkwell. Oh, and a Grab Your Sword top deck. Now, the Grab Your Sword top deck will get rid of Prince John and Bookie. Doesn't do anything to Hercules, though. So let's see what's going to happen here. Very interesting top deck there. I kind of feel as if getting rid of the Bookie and the Prince John, yeah, I was going to say, that seems really worth it, in my opinion. Now the Cinderella can challenge that readied Hercules. Would take a ton of damage back, though. So are we going to see it? No, we're going to see a quest from Tiana instead. We're going to see a quest from Ariel. We're going to see a quest from Simba, if I had to guess. And what's Cinderella? Cinderella is going to challenge, which would KO both. I apologize. I got my maths wrong there. Fantastic turn there for Zack, going 8 lore up. Okay, let's see what Dan can do. We're going to start the turn off there with a smash to get rid of that spectacular singer. Don't mind that. And we do see the Jafar come down. A grab your sword top deck. Doesn't quite... I wonder if you hold on to that, actually. I mean, sure, it's nice putting 2 damage into the Jafar. But now, I guess, if the Jafar wants to challenge anyone, then it would actually KO itself. Let's see what Daniel can do here. He's going to have to start trying to get some lore on the board at some point, as we do see Hercules come down and the Jafar. I wonder if he's playing the Chief Boggo as well. Zack putting down a ballroom sensation, opting to do nothing, and we're just going to pass. Now, Big Tinkerbell coming down is interesting. Very scary, actually, for Zack. Hasn't got a ton of willpower to work with. We are just going to see Dan's first lore on the board there via Jafar and Hercules questing. And let's see what this injured Jafar does. We are going to see that. Oh, and a whole new world top deck now. We are going to see it being played. 7 new cards. Now, Zack only has 2 ink left to go. Let me turn the audio down a little bit there. That whole new world was loud in my headset. Let me turn that down. And let's see. So we are going to see a Cinderella come down. We're going to see a Sleepy Flute getting discarded, I should say, from the Cinderella. And that's a fantastic looking board state. You know, cannot argue with that. Look, we've got a Rockstar Stitch. We've got another Cinderella. Got 1 ink left. Could actually play that Stitch now as well, just to present loads of threats. As we do see Strength of the Raging Fire being, so that's going to be a massive 5 damage, removing that Tinkerbell. Oh my goodness, that right there. Whoo! Zack. Wow. And still has, you know, what, can still quest with Tiana if you'd like. Can still sing, or quest with Simba as well. So all manner of good things there. I am here. I am all for it. Crazy, crazy times. Okay. Let's see what Zack can do. I don't think it has many options here. I mean, can obviously still quest with Simba. That would activate the bodyguard there, which I think would be nice. But then, you know, the Jafar does take a KO and gets to draw down a card in that scenario. But it would protect that singer. Oh, we're going to see a challenge instead into the Hercules. And we're going to see a challenge from Tiana as well. Okay, I don't mind that. Because we know that that big Hercules is in Dan's deck. And that can be a problem to deal with. So I don't mind that at all. It's over to Dan. Has a multitude of options. We are going to see a challenge from Jafar into the Cinderella. Gets to draw a card now. Draws into a Hercules. Maybe that gets sent to the ink while going up to 9 ink. 9 ink is a ridiculous amount, by the way. Especially when you consider all the characters that Dan has. You know, got Strength for a Raging Fire, so, which will do 1 damage for each character you have in play. So you could go something like Bucky, Hercules, and now all of a sudden these are doing 4 damage each. That's board wipe territory right there, and quite scary. I actually think this Jafar can sing one as well. Yeah, because it's a 4 cost as well. So let's see. We are going to see Bucky coming down. Okay. Are we going to see that Hercules come down as well? Maybe you don't even need to put 4 characters down, quite honestly, if you are going to go for a Strength of the Raging Fire. Oh, Bucky will activate, of course, though. Making Zack discard a card from his hand. Going to try and remove those options. Obviously, don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. Okay, so let's see now. Oh, Sudden Chill. Going for the hand swap. Do we have any other way to discard cards from Zack's hand? No ink left. No, but I don't mind it in Lorcana. If you can limit your opponent's options, make it half of them to ink and put cards in play, that's obviously game winning. As we do see the Strength for the Raging Fire being sung there from Jafar, removing that Cinderella. Let's see what Zack can do. Has double Stitch in hand. Stitch, Stitch. Maybe you have to go for the Oana Stitch. Oh, no, going for a Rockstar Stitch instead. Okay, interesting. Obviously, the Oana Stitch lets you draw. Oh, if you have 2 or more characters in play, I apologize. But now, oh my goodness, Dan is getting, whoa, going to remove that Awana Stitch via the Bookie Squeak by putting the big Divine Hero Hercules in play. So now Zack is playing completely off top decks. Strength for a Raging Fire being played. Going to remove that Stitch from play immediately. And now we're going to start seeing some questing. Can this be the comeback? Oh no, we're going to see a concession there from Zack. Wow. What a game that was. It was just two players going at it. And you thought at the start that maybe, you know, Zack was in the driver's seat. And then Dan started to come back. And wow. So that means Zack is currently 1-0 down. Dan is currently 1-0 up, man. Let's see if we can find their game now to join them in their round 3, game 2. Obviously, it is best of 3. It is best of 3, obviously. Now, I'm going to have to do some scrolling to try and find this one. Let's see. I'm just gonna put it up on the break screen, and we'll come straight back as soon as I can for that game 2. All right, so we're back now for that game 2, baby. Here we go. So it looks like Zack is now on our front side. It just looks like we have joined this turn 1, which is always very nice. We just see that Simba, Future King. We see Hypnotize, hit the Inkwell there. No 1-drops there from Daniel. Opted not to play that Fire Cannons. I don't mind it. That Simba's not much of a threat now. As we do see that Cinderella Knight in Training, letting you draw a card and discard a card when you pop it into play. Very nice. Sleepy Flute hitting the discard pile, as it were. Now, back over to Dan. Does have a few options now. It's going to be his 2 ink turn, all right? So we could see the Fire Cannons into that Cinderella. That's much more of a threat than what Simba is. Strength for the Raging Fire, probably not going to come down this turn. Hypnotize hits the Inkwell. Is there even going to be a card for Daniel to play apart from the Fire Cannons? I don't think there is. So are we going to see that Fire Cannons being played this turn? That is the $1 million question. We don't, I should say. Now, that hand is interesting. What is the shift on that? 5. So we're going to see a quest from Simba. Quest from Cinderella. We're going to play the other Cinderella. Oh, no, we're going to ink the other Cinderella, I should say. Ballroom Sensation. So now we have access to Let the Storm Rage. No, you can't play that because Dan has no characters in play. Dan's hand is kind of clogged, though. I mean, we do see a Smash, which is live now. I mean, Smash and Fire Cannons does exactly the same thing, though, in this scenario. Strength for the Raging Fire, can't play that. Tinkerbell, 2 high cost. And Jafar, 2 high cost as well. So I imagine this has to be a turn where we see a Fire the Cannons. The only question is, where is it going? I mean, Cinderella seems like the most sensible option. But I could be wrong. You know, Stranger Things. That's why I talk about the game. I don't play it. Okay. Yeah, we do see Fire the Cannons into that Cinderella Knight in Train. I think that had to be. But I think Dan does have a ink to use this turn. Donald Duck, maybe. Strength for the Raging Fire. I mean, it's nice, but, you know, when you've got no characters in play, maybe it has to hit the Inkwell. Excuse me. We do see Donald Duck hit the Inkwell and pass over to Zack. Now, without having that Cinderella Knight in Training, could be a lot harder to get this big Cinderella into play. Now, also, you can shift off the Ballroom Sensation one as well. That's definitely possible. But it's going to make things a little bit harder. You're going to see a quest from Simba. Going up to 4 lore now. Little lead. Let's see. We've got 3 drop. Still can't play Little Storm Rage on. Oh, going to damage himself just to draw the card. But draws into the Sleepy Flute. Probably not what you want to see. All you can do is put that Cinderella down and hope that it survives. Now, if this Cinderella does survive, we can see the Cinderella Stout Hearted come down next turn. But I would imagine that Dan, you know, the Smash, will quickly see to that. But could obviously go for the sudden chill play here as well, making Zack discard a card from his hand. Zack doesn't know. I mean, Dan doesn't know that there's a whole new world just there chilling. But we are going to see that Smash. I don't mind that play at all. Just remove all the options. And now Zack could be in a spot of bother. Only has one card in his hand that he can ink. So can't even play that whole new world. I mean, I guess you can ink the Cinderella, I should say, and then play a whole new world. I think that's kind of what you have to do in this scenario. As we do see Stitch getting sent to the Inkwell. And here we go. Whole new world. 7 new cards for both players. Let's see how that changes things. We're just going to see the whole new world in the pass. Now, Dan has a whole new hand here. Let's see what we got. We see the Bookie, Prince John, Donald Duck, Smash, and Jafar. I quite like that hand, actually. We're going to see the Improvise get sent to the Inkwell. 5 ink now. What is this going to be like? Bookie... Yeah, Bucky Prince John. Don't mind that. Can't quite go Bucky Jafar yet. I would imagine this could be a good turn for Bucky to come down. Or maybe because, you know, if you got 7 new cards from Zack, maybe the Bucky doesn't seem as impactful. Here comes Prince John. Prince John and Hercules. Okay, so they're the 2 that come down. Not a bad card. Now, over to Zack. We haven't actually seen what he has in his hand. Tiana. Whole new world. Simba. Stitch. Not the greatest of hands there. Does it get to draw a card and then discard a card from that Simba? Draws a grab your sword. Very nice. And what we discard in here? It is going to be the whole new world. Interesting. Not the most explosive of turns there from Zack. Probably wants to hold on to all these 1-drops when you can get that Stitch into play, actually, and get value of them via Rockstar Stitch Adoring Fans. That makes sense. Over to the downside of the board. Doesn't have any ways to deal damage outside of that smash, but I don't think you're going to smash Simba, let's be honest. Oh, no, it's still Zack's turn. I apologize. I thought it was a pass. As we do see all these guys coming down here. Okay, 2 ink left. Could see the other Simba coming down. But then, like I said, you probably do want to hold on to some of these for your Rockstar stage. Okay, now we see a pass. I apologize. Okay, so over to Dan. Like I said, hasn't got too many ways to deal damage outside of that smash. But then again, probably not going to smash any of these. I mean, you could argue smashing the Stitch could be impactful, you know. I wouldn't mind it. Outside of that, though, you're not going to smash Simba. You're probably not going to smash Tiana, are you? So, let's see. Let's see what Dan opts to do here. It might just be a turn to try and get some big damage into play. You know, could get Tinkerbell. And this could be where, you know, putting down that Hercules instead of the Bucky. I mean, if you had Bucky down, you would have been able to just get at least one of these 2 down. I think that Daffy Duck's a flub was, wasn't it? Yeah, he is. So, not putting down the Bucky last turn, you know, giving Zack extra cards in his hand that he otherwise wouldn't have had. Here does come Bucky now, I should say. So, but actually, we could see Jafar come down now, actually. We're going to see Donald Duck instead. I mean, that works. And let's see what Zack opts to discard here from that squeak activation from the Bucky, making your opponent discard a card when you put down a Floodborn into play. Card is very, very scary. Make no mistake about it. And it looks like the grab your sword. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense, actually. I mean, as strong as it would have been. And then you get the Prince John activation as well. So you make your opponent discard a card and you get to draw one. And then Zack top decks another grab your sword. Now, the Stitch did survive. So we could see a shift into Rockstar Stitch. I was going to play it. Oh, no, we are going to shift into it. I apologize. So now we could see the Tiana activation via Rockstar Stitch to draw a card as well. That could happen there. We just see grab your sword can now be sung as well, actually. Which would, you know, banish Bucky, banish Prince John. Doesn't quite get to Hercules and doesn't get to the Donald Duck. But Donald Duck's a very interesting card. Very low cost at 4. 2 lore, very nice. And then 5 willpower as well. And at the start of your turn, both players may draw a card. And it looks like we're going to see a whole new world, I think, there actually. Yeah, wow. Interesting. Now, Zack does have 3 ink to play with. But didn't draw into any more. Oh, no, you could actually. Rockstar works off. Yeah. So we could see the Cinderella come down. We're going to see an Ariel instead. Now, are we going to see a song in that top 4 cards? Ariel lets you We are going to see a strength for the raging fire. Okay, well, that can't be sung by anyone though, I believe, right? So now we're going to see some questing. And then a pass over, I think that was to Dan, as we do see both players been able to draw an extra card from that Donald Duck. Okay. Let's see what Dan could. Dan's hand is huge, by the way. What, whole new world to 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 card hand. that doesn't happen often in Lorcana. I can tell you that for free. Okay. Let's see. What is even in this hand? We've got another bucket. Oh my goodness. We could see some double bucket action. Do we have any Floodborns? It's gonna be what, 7 ink, right? So you could go. Wait, hold on. Bucky's 4. No, there's no. I don't think there's any thing as a 3 cost Floodborn, alright. So you can't go triple Bucky plus Donald Duck with 1 ink off that, I think, right? Golly. Am I correct? Hang on. So you can go up to 7 ink this turn. Okay, well, we definitely can't do it now that we played improvise. Okay. But we are going to see Benj hit the inkwell. 6 ink left. We could see Bucky plus Donald Duck. We could see that. Oh, where did that grab your sword come from? Goodness. Okay, so that was paid for via ink actually. So now Hercules gets rid of Rockstar Stitch challenge. No Floodborns. We are going to see a KO and a Tiana from that Donald Duck. That Donald Duck's not used to throwing out damage, but perfectly capable. And then what else? Okay. And then we're going to see a pass over. No, we must have discarded something somehow. Okay. That shows me for looking away from the screen for a sec. what did he... How did he make him discard a card? Oh, was it Sudden Chill? It was probably Sudden Chill, right? Yeah, that's probably what it was. As we do see the pass over now into Zack. Still currently, 5-2 up on the law. Ariel coming down there. Let you look at top 4 cards. Grab any song you find there. And pop it into your hand. Very nice, very nice. And we are going to see a Grab Your Sword. Now, Zack opted not to play a Grab Your Sword. Had an opportunity to play it. And opted not to sing it. Now, I mean, it seems very good, right? He gets rid of Bucky. Gets rid of Prince John. And these aerials can sing it as well. Well, this aerial can sing it, I should say, because it is sing a 5. Then you get to keep your 4 ink, which could let you get another aerial in play, maybe, or this Cinderella. Try and shift into the big Cinderella next turn and start swinging. As we do see Rockstar Stitch hit the inkwell, so 5 ink to play with now. So we're not quite at Cinderella range yet. I mean, I guess there is the argument, maybe hold the Grab Your Sword. Nope, we are going to see it being sung. Bang! Big damage. That Grab Your Sword. 2 damage to every one of your opponent's characters. And we are going to see that Cinderella Knight in Training hit the playing surface as well. Little fantastic turn there. Okay, let's see what Dan can do. Does have a whole ton of cards to decide. It's going to be an 8 ink turn here. I don't know. If you're playing a discard deck and you see your opponent have 4 cards in hand, at what point do your eyes widen and think, right, there's a good chance. We've already seen some not Grab Your Sword, a whole new world being played, I should say. But it doesn't have too many. At what point do you just think, right, let's just go gung-ho for the hand. Attack the hand and start make your opponent play off top deck. Because remember, Zack is currently 1 game up if you're just joining us here. This is round 3 of the return of the MIM $1,300 event. Plenty of prizing there, I should say. So that right there is very good. We focused that camera on me. What's camera? What are you focused on? Focus on me. No, it's focused on me. Wardrobe. Focus on me. There we go. It's like Dan's going to start to turn off there with that bookie. Now, remember that book. Uh-oh, double bookie. So we could see double bookie. Ink Tinkerbell put down a 4-cost Floodborn like that Donald Duck. That's going to be a 2 discard there for Zack. That squeak activation ×2, forcing Zack to discard 2 cards from his hand. And this is what I think. This is how Dan's going to get back in this game now. Just hit that hand as often as possible. Woo. Okay, now. Zack can actually shift into that big Cinderella. Opts not to. Gonna go for the Stitch instead. Draw 2. Actually, that makes a whole lot more sense. Now you have more cards in your hand. There we go. As we do see that grab your sword again. So those bookie, did have his use. Only has, 1 willpower, so we'll get sent to the discard pile off that grab your sword. Let's see what's going to happen next. I know I have to think Zack is currently in the driver's seat, though. That Awana Stitch isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon, as we see a quest from Ariel, quest from Cinderella, and then the Allow Me activation, allowing both players to draw a card. We're going to see a Prince John there. So let's see. Dan's on 8 ink, so whatever he wants, pretty much, he could do. 9 ink, I should say. So let's have a look. We could see Cinderella. Yeah, we're going to see Cinderella. So that's going to be a Rock the Boat. It's going to be a Banish on that Ariel. Look at that. Awana. Carefree Surfer, I should say, with 8 willpower. That's going nowhere anytime soon. Okay. Now what else? We are going to see that Prince John come down. So every time Zack has to discard a card, Dan can draw a card. And it has got ward, so it cannot be targeted via that Strength of the Raging Fire. Now, let's see what Zack wants to do here. Does have the combination of Cinderella and Strength of the Raging Fire. So we could see, removing this Tinkerbell. Could be an option. Does have bodyguards. Simba bodyguards are always nice, obviously. It's actually quite tough. Yeah, what do you do here? So you could ink go up to 9. That shift 5 should have 4 left. I can't quite get to that Donald Duck. Yeah, it's a tough scenario. Quite a few options could be done. I'm just intrigued to see what Zack could do. I mean, if he was to ink, right, go up to 9. Shift 5. Sing Strength of a Raging Fire. Do you even sing it, actually? You can sing with Stitch. And you can go... So you got 5, sing. Yeah, you could empty your whole hand, actually. And then, but then, if you was to do that, do you remove the Donald Duck? As we do see that Cinderella does get shifted into. Very nice. Very scary card with that resist 2. And then if you sing a song this turn, if any of you play a song or sing a song, Cinderella can challenge readied characters. You do see that Cinderella Knight in Train hit the ink cross with 2 ink left. Now we're going to see Strength of a Raging Fire, where that damage is going to go into that Donald Duck. And then we do see the challenge into the Tinkerbell. Okay, that's kind of what I expected to happen. Makes the most sense, obviously. And let's see what Dan up to here. The board's looking kind of different. Oh, hold on a sec. Hold on a second. We could see Sudden Chill. Sudden Chill for 2. Oh, no, you can't get a card in his hand, actually. Oh, so we can't see any multiple activations or activations of Prince John. Prince John, when your opponent discards a card from the hand, you get to draw 1 card. We want to see a Hypnotize. Go let Dan draw a card. No ink left now, though. Can't do anything. Nothing to sing, obviously. There's Prince John at only 3, so not singing anything. Now it is over to Zack. Hasn't got a song to sing, so we're going to see a quest. That Cinderella does quest for 3. That Stitch quest for 2. Stitch, Simba quest for 1, Stitch quest for 1, and then Cinderella. So I think Zack has game on board right now. Unless Dan can do something about it. Now, we do see Sudden Chill hit the ink grass, 10 ink. We do see Grab Your Sword, 2 everywhere. Gets rid of Stitch. Simba still around. We do see a smash. Oh, no, we do see a concession. No way there for Dan to stop Zack from winning. Wow, so Zack winning that 2-0 there, I think. Oh, no. So Zack lost game 1, right? Yeah, Zack lost game 1, right? So I'm going to go to a quick break, and we're going to try and get us back there for the game 3. All right, so we're back. Game 3. Both players have won a game. So it looks like Dan has just inked something and passed. No 1-drops there. And it looks like Zack is just going to ink something and pass. Did have the opportunity to play that Tiana. But I guess when you know your opponent plays so much discard stuff, you want to try and keep your hand size as big as possible. Dan is going to get the Hercules into play. The 2-drop one. And now it's back over to Zack. Now, Zack does have a few 2-drops. Has a Simba. Has a Sleepy Flute. Has a Stitch as well. Let's see what he opts to do here. Has a few options. But Tiana's going to hit the Inkwell. Cinderella Knight in Training. Draw a card, discard a card. So we're going to draw a whole new world. And then probably discard whole new world actually. Because you can't play 2 of them and they're uninkable. So yep. So I'm going to draw that whole new world and put it straight to the discard file. Let you get through the deck at the very least. Okay. Let's see what Dan can do here. I'm going to ink Big Tinkerbell to play Tinkerbell. It's all kicking off this game, isn't it? And is that Hercules going to quest? I mean, it's got a free willpower. I think it's kind of safe. Especially if you're not holding a big Hercules. But we're not. Dan opting to hold that there. Okay. So let's see what Zack wants to do. Does have a Ballroom Sensation in hand. Doesn't actually have the Shift Cinderella yet, which is something you probably want to try and see if you can. You can, shift into it at some point. I mean, the good thing is about this discard metal deck that Dan's playing is doesn't really have a ton of removal outside of raw damage. So if you get that Cinderella out, it's going to stick around. We do see Strength for the Raging Fire getting sent to the Inkwell. So that's 3 ink to play with now. So we're going to see Cinderella. Cinderella plus Simba? No, just Cinderella. Interesting. So both the Cinderellas there, the sort of duality of Cinderella when the ink comes in, right? When Cinderella got bathed in that ink, that extra ink, she became a knight. And then, without that, she is, getting out of her carriage. Make sure try and find your slipper. Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay. Let's see what Dan wants to do. Yeah, so this is going to be, 4 ink turn. Strength of a Raging Fire. Obviously pick up 1, but obviously because Zack hasn't quested, we won't be able to get rid of both. Oh yeah, I guess you could have sung 1, played 1 actually. But then I don't know how impactful that would be. I think I would have done that though. If you do see Jafar come down Dreadnought, strong card. Whenever it challenges and banishes something, you get to draw a card. One of my favorite cards actually in Lorcana, very strong. And obviously you can shift it off the little Jafar, which has evasive. Is very good. Giving you a way to hit those evasive, those tricky evasive. We are going to see Strength of a Raging Fire being sung by a Tinkerbell. Bye Ballroom Sensation. And that's what I think. If you play both the song of Strength of a Raging Fire, there you could have board wiped. So Sleepy Flute getting discarded via that Cinderella as we drew into another Strength of a Raging Fire. Strength of a Raging Fire everywhere, and it's hard to hit that fast. Strength of a Raging Fire, Strength of a Raging Fire. Let's see. Zack has 1 ink left. I think can still ink to get to 4, so can play Simba or Stitch now. Strength of Raging Fire, hitting the Inkwell, so 2 ink left for Zack. Are we going to see a Simba? I don't mind that Simba, because what that Simba does with that bodyguard activation, has it? Did it enter play exerted? I'm not sure. But we do see big Tinkerbell shift coming down. That's 1 damage everywhere. But I think that's all we can do. I don't think anything else is actually exerted. I don't think that Simba's even exerted, so we won't be able to pick up the KO there, or the banish, I should say, with that Jafar. Quite nice there, removing or limiting options there for Dan. Okay, and Zack hasn't really got a lot going on with this hand. This will be the 5 ink turn. I mean, the only 5 ink thing there is a whole new world, but then that means your board isn't going to change, which isn't ideal. You kind of want your board to change a little bit. You know, trying to build up your board throughout this course of the game. I see it in an ideal world. If you had Stout-Hearted Cinderella here, you could shift into it, sing Strength of a Raging Fire, and quite honestly, could get a little bit out of hand, if you know what I mean. I'm not used to having a chat. Chat there. Say hi in the chat if you are. I'd love to see it. We are going to see Stitch getting sent to the Inkwell, so 5 ink. I imagine this could be a whole new world term. I guess you could sing Strength for a Raging Fire first to get some damage in play. No, it's going to see Cinderella hitting the board. No question, no exertion. And let's see what happens next. Dan, let's have a look what Dan's got. So this is a 5 ink turn. We could ink the Beast and get another Cinderella down. I mean, that would actually, banish both the Cinderella, Knight in Training, and put 1 damage on that other Cinderella as well. Which means, you know, you could pick up that banish with Cinderella KOing something later on with that extra 2 damage it can do. And it looks like that is what we are going to see. Wow, rock the boat. Double banish there, Cinderella. And that Simba's on 1, only got 1 damage or 1 willpower left, I should say. Oh, dear. But no card hand there for Dan, though. Is playing off top decks. But look at that board, though. Has so much lore as well. Jafar, quest for 1. Is Tinkerbell going to quest for 2? Looks like we are. And is Hercules going to quest for 1 as well? I like that. Getting lore on the board. Let the storm... Oh, goodness gracious me. Zack. Oh, no. What do we do here, then? So, let the storm rage on was, 2 damage and get to draw a card, right? Now, you can sing that with Cinderella, obviously. You can sing Strength for the Raging Fire with Cinderella as well. But I guess they're both putting 2 damage in play. So, at least you get to draw a card with this one. Then I want to go to 6. So we're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On and then do a Whole New World, I think. You can't sing Whole New World with Cinderella. She only sing a 3. So let's see what's going to happen. It's actually a tough decision. I mean, if you sing this... No, we're just going to immediately play a Whole New World. Okay. So, 7 new cards for both players, and this Cinderella can still do something. So, we want to see Simba come down, and you draw a card and discard a card on a 1-drop. Fantastic. We draw into Cinderella, Knight in Training, and then we have to discard something as well. Let's see what Zack opts to discard here. Looking at the hand, yeah, the other, a Knight in Training. Okay, so Zack has no ink left now, though, unfortunately. So, I'm going to have to pass, and now Dan went from a 0 card hand to a 7. All manner of stuff going on. Let's have a look. Oh, grab your sword. Grab your sword is a board wipe. Grab your sword is a board wipe. Board wipe alert, everyone. I want everyone to pay attention. We even have fire the cannon. So you could go for the grab your sword turn. Just completely wipe everything. I don't mind it. You could go for a Bucky plus... Oh, no, there is no flood ball in that hand, actually. So we're going to see a Prince John. We're going to see Prince John plus Hypnotize. Wow, this turn is crazy. So you can play Prince John. Sudden Chill. Is that being sung? That's being sung. So now Zack has to discard something, right? So now Zack has to discard a card. Prince John activates. Dan gets to draw a card. Right. Now you can also hypnotize as well. Draws into a smash. Goodness gracious me. You can hypnotize, so you get to draw a card. Then Zack has to discard a card, but then because of Prince John, you get to draw another card. And still has that grab your sword ready honestly, people watching, this is a monumental turn. So Dan's gonna go. What is that? That's like what? That's like a +5 for Dan on card economy there, forcing Zack to discard so much. We see a Hypnotize being played as well. Surely we see the Grab Your Sword. And there it is. Grab Your Sword for the board wipe as well. What a turn there for Dan. Quite honestly, that could be a game-winning turn there. How does Zack get back in this game? Has no lore on board. Has no characters on board either. Starting to turn there with that aerial, though. Gets to put a character, well, put the aerial into play. And then look at top 4 cards, grab a song, put it in your hand. We see another aerial coming down. We see a whole new world and a 0 to hero. 1 ink left there. Oh, goodness gracious. Now, this is looking dicey, especially when you consider all the options Dan has. Now, we do see a Bookie. Do we see any Floodborn? We could see Bookie plus Beast. Right? Because Beast is 5. Yeah, so you go 5. Can't do double Bookie plus Beast, unfortunately. That would be wild, but you can get rid of 2. I mean, I don't mind it. I think that's what I'd be doing, right? So Bookie, whenever you play a Floodborn character, forces your opponent to discard a card from their hand. And obviously this Beast here is a Floodborn, but it's got a 5 cost. So what you could do is ink something, go up to 8. And then Bookie. Oh no, Bookie I should say, go down to 6. And then you can play Beast. You can even do a fire the cannons there if you like as well. Probably not the most impactful. But I think that's what I would be doing. And then just questing everyone. But instead, tell a lie, we are going to see a smash. So we're not opting to discard cards from your opponent's hand. I mean, I don't mind it, you know. I mean, I guess when you're currently 7 lore up, you might just be thinking, maybe lore is my wink on here. Oh, goodness gracious me. Double Prince John. These guys quest for 2, right? Yeah. Are we going to see a Bookie as well? Yeah, okay. So next turn, we could see the absolutely diabolical double Bookie, double Prince John, Floodborn activation. Now, I guess actually this Grab Your Sword prevents that. Whoa, what a turn there. There's Prince John. See you later, Bookie. See you later. Wow, we were close to that absolutely monumental turn there, but Zack closed the door on it. Now, still has 7 ink to play with and still ink something to get to 8. But, I mean, look at that hand. What do you want to play there? So we're going to ink that, and we're probably going to see a Stitch, and then Whole New World. That leaves Zack with 2 ink. We get another Zack. Another Stitch. Another Zack. Okay. So how much... So Tinkerbell quest for 2, Jafar quest for 1. So you got what? 4, 5, 6. So that takes you to 19. So not quite at WinCon yet. Oh! The triple off a Grab Your Sword. We could even see a smash come down for like that monumental board wipe there. That would be, quite honestly, horrible. Golly. What else can Dan do here? So that's 8 ink. Can ink to get up to 9. You got what? Smash. We're looking for damage, I think, mostly this turn. Okay, wow. We see a shift Hercules, which is obviously, yeah, swing into that. And then I think it's just questing, right? I mean, you could even play that sudden chill. I mean, I probably would, just to be an irritant. Benja comes down. So Zack needs... Oh, we are going to see sudden chill as well. Okay, I think we do. So, Dan's going to be on 16. Yeah, because no one else can quest, right? So, Zack needs to... Oh, was that just a pass? I think it was a pass, right? Or a concession, one of the two. But, I mean, Dan just quested 20 now. And Zack loses that game 3, meaning Dan wins that best of 3. In game 3 by winning 2 games to Zack's 1. Wow, what a round that was. I tell you what, this green metal deck, when it gets going, is quite scary. You got Donald Duck to draw cards, Bookie discarding cards, you got Prince John to draw cards as well. Oh goodness gracious! And you got like not improvise, sorry, a hypnotize to make your opponent discard cards sudden chill. Would be a very strong deck to deal with. But that wraps up our round. What was that? 3, I believe. We're gonna head to a break and then get to round 4 as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. All right then, so now we're back for our round 4 here at the Return of the Mim $1,300 event. Over 300 players here today, and I believe our round 4 are both free. Oh, let me just double check that for you. How do I standings? Yeah, currently 3-0 this is. So for that, it looks like they're playing that sort of red amethyst. But we can see some interesting things. We've got the Elsa, not something you see too often anymore. We've got the Fidget and the Ursula. But over for Yarpo, they're playing my two favorite colors, I should say, blue and metal. That Cusco is going to let Phonetic draw a card, I believe, right? Whenever it gets banished. Very good card there. And now it's back over to Phonetic. Let's see what he can do. It goes up to 4 ink. They're going to put that Minnie Mouse, that famous evasive Minnie Mouse with 2 lore and 3 willpower, and that Olaf with 3 willpower as well. Now I'm intrigued to see how Yarpo's decks play out. We see that Fishbone Quill, so we're going to be trying turboing ink into the Inkwell. Up to 5 can put the Beast down. Going to let you draw cards, you know. They've grabbed your sword for next turn as well. We do see that Cogsworth that'll give everyone -1 as well. That could make life difficult. We're going to see the Fishbone Quill activation as well. That's not going to get rid of the... Oh, I didn't see. I thought someone came in my door. From my door. We're going to see the Mini Crest for 2 though. Maleficent hit the Inkwell going up to 5. So big Maui coming in with that Rush and Reckless. Can't do anything now. But that Maui, that 6 willpower, or strength I should say, will be able to KO that Beast. Oh, because the Fishbone Quill did get rid of that Cogsworth. Could have actually been quite handy. We do see the double draw there from Beast, because obviously if that Beast has no damage on, you can draw an extra card at the start of your turn. If it has damage on, it gets +4 strength going up to a monumental 7. That right there is pretty wild if you ask me. We do see that Smash coming in, getting rid of that Minnie Mouse though. That evasive could have been trouble. We do see that Fishbone Quill activation as well, so that means Yarpo is up to 7 ink in total, has 4 left, can't do anything with it now, and that Beast not questing, or Prince Eric not questing, meaning there will be no challenges going on for Phonetic. We are going to see a quest there from Olaf. That Madam Mim going to return that Olaf, getting down that Madam Mim. Very strong card, 2 cost with a 3/3. But when you do play it, you do have to return one of your characters back to your hand. A little bit of a balancing factor there. As we are going to see the Merlin Rabbit come down, lets you draw a card as well. 2 cards there for Yarpo as it goes back over to him. Those top decks were Fishbone Quill and Smash. Now we could see a lot. There's a lot of damage potential here. Grab your sword, 2 everywhere. Smash, potentially deal 5 to 1 character in theory. You know, Beast could sing. If you was to do that play though, you don't really get to put down any other characters unless you was to ink Fishbone Quill, go up to 8, sing that. Then you could put down the other Beast and Smash in the same turn. So I think that might be what we're seeing here. Are we going to see the grab your sword? Grab your sword plus Smash does remove that Maui. Which would be quite nice. Because Maui could actually one-shot anything on Yarpo's side of the board. We know that. So, it's a tough one. Because then if you do that with the Beast... oh no. And now suddenly doing that play, not doing it now, could be really bad because that Be Prepared could come down. Oh no. Are we going to see it? Yeah, Phonetic dropping that hefty Be Prepared. And Yarpo only has 3 cards in his hand and none of them are characters. Oh no. But then again, I guess actually not doing that turn meant... Yeah, I guess it didn't really do too much. I guess everything would have got Be Prepared anyway. But big Ursula coming down. Now, Havisham can start get you out of this business. You know, when you put them into play. And win every quest, you can banish an item to draw 2. 2 is a lot to draw. Make no mistake about it. Fishbone Quill activation. Havisham. Are we going to discard one of those, banish one of those quills, I should say, to draw 2? I imagine you kind of have to. We are going to see Jafar and Prince Eric. Okay. Let's see what happens here. We're going to see Jafar come down. And the Prince Eric getting plenty of stuff in play. It tends to be what you do on the back of be prepared. Try and flood the board afterwards and hope your opponent hasn't got one. As Phonetic does Ink Merlin Goat, one of the strongest cards in the game. We're going to see the Elsa with that Force Exert, Havisham and Prince Eric, and they will not ready up next turn either. Very, very well, good for Phonetic, I should say. Yarpo could be in trouble going 9 lore down. Could start to get out of hand. We do see the grab your swords, but that's only 2 damage everywhere. And Elsa has 6 willpower. Ursula has 8. Not quite around doing anything here. I think we should have to see a pass. Wow, we even see a big Maleficent here for Phonetic. And that is the problem with these Ruby decks. If you let them get to this 7, 8, 9 lore, all of a sudden things start to get out of hand. Lady Tremaine going to force Yarpo to banish one of his characters. I imagine it's probably going to have to be Prince Eric if I had to guess. Yep, there goes Prince Eric. And Phonetic's definitely in the driver's seat here. We're going to see some quests, and that's 3 from Ursula. We're going to see Elsa quest as well. Goodness gracious me, 15. So Phonetic has win on board if nothing changes. Yarpo needs to get rid of stuff. I don't think it's possible. We're going to see the Fishbone Quill activation. We're going to see a quest from Havisham. Gets to banish that Fishbone Quill. Needs to draw into something strong here. Goodness God, we're going to see that nothing to hide, so he gets to see the hand. Well, we know the hand. Oh, he does draw into the Hades. Hades does get you there, right? Yeah, when you just about to put one of your opponent's characters into the inkwell face down. We are going to see the concession, actually, opting not to go for that. Maybe I missed something there. Could be possible. But yeah, looks like Phonetic gets our dub there in that game 1. Now, I'm going to try and find their game 2. Because I think that is going to be a good one to watch. Because I really like that blue deck. We saw the bell there, you know, Strange but Beautiful, I believe it's called. That could have been really fun. We saw the Tamatoa coming down as well. So we see some fun blue cards we don't get to normally see. So let's see if we can find their game 2 there. Phonetic getting the dub, but Yarpo, I guess, is 3-0 as well, so isn't gonna go down without a fight. Just gonna try and find their game now. Bear with me. Let me know in the chat. You know, what is your favorite ink color in the game? Mine's definitely blue, but metal is very strong as well. Make no mistake about it. Okay, Phonetic, where are you? Where are you, lads? Come on. Jack Shot there. Someone's got the name Jack Shot. Love that little Final Fantasy X reference. Do love a bit of Final Fantasy X, one of my favorite games. Phonetic. Have they started their game too? Maybe they haven't started it yet. Can't see the final. Let's refresh again. I can't seem to. I'll be sad if we don't get to watch their game too. I'll be sad. So let's go to a quick break screen so I'll try and get their game too. Bear with me. Okay, found the game. Took us a while, but we did get there eventually. So we're enjoying this one a little bit later than I'd like, you know, turn 6, but it is what it is. Looks like it is. So the board has flipped now. Phonetic is on the side of the board furthest away from us. Trying to work out whose turn it is. Can't I? Doesn't seem like a lot's happening. I'm going to see a fishbone quick activation. So it is Yarpo's turn, I should say. Going up to 5 ink. Could better grab your sword now. Oh, and he does, getting rid of the mini and the Cusco. Phonetic does get to draw a card now, though, obviously. Let's see what's going to happen here. Phonetic, going to be turn 5. Hasn't got any 5s to play. Oh, I guess got Maui, actually. Maui could come flying in. Can't actually do much right now, but it prevents a very strong presence. With that 6-5, with that reckless, could let it go. Interesting. I mean, Yarpo hasn't got much else to do, so we are going to see let it go, and it's going to be into that Maui. And I think all Yarpo can do here is probably ops not to quest. I guess if you quest, the Merlin can just throw itself in, and then get that lore back. As we do see a Maleficent coming down, with that cast my spell, gets to draw a card. Quest for Merlin. And then the path. And we do see a smash. Now, you do have to imagine, though, that Phonetic will be getting towards... yeah, so we're going to see that smash being played there. I should say Merlin Goat going. And then we're going to see a free... Oh, we do see the lore for Merlin, sorry, there. And we're going to see the quest from Tinkerbell. Now, if you're Phonetic... Oh, needs to actually draw an Inkable here to do anything. Does draw Madam Mim, so can get to 3. Can't do anything for that 3 now, but does get to that magic 7, which we know these Ruby decks like to operate at. Now, we are going to see that whole new world, so we are going to get rid of that Be Prepared. What does Phonetic get? Does get a Lady Tremaine, does get a Maleficent. So does actually helped out Yarpo there in a major way, I feel. Havisham gets to come down as well, getting to discard an item, and then gets to draw 2 more cards as well. Monstrous hand there from Yarpo. We're going to see the Fishbone Quill activation. It goes up to 8 ink in total, meaning we are going to start seeing these big costs now, like Tamatoa and Hades being able to be played as well. Prince Eric hits the ink whilst that's 9, I should say. So Belle, maybe even Alice, could be a factor. Cogsworth giving everyone -1 as well. So that Tinkerbell is looking scary. Open for next side of the board, though. Does have a Lady Tremaine. Can't play that Maleficent yet. Maleficent will be available next turn, though. Lady Tremaine. Now, what did you get rid of here? Havisham? Cogsworth, even? Havisham provides you draw power for the rest of the game, I guess. Cogsworth is nice. You could argue it's win more. Oh. Pops to get rid of the Tinkerbell. Interesting. That is interesting. Merlin's going to quest for 1. Madam Mim activation. Going to bounce back that Merlin Rabbit. I would imagine as you draw 1 more card now as well. Does draw into Maleficent. And now it's back over to Yarpo, who is 5 ink down currently. But, has definitely the board advantage. We're going to see Hirium quest. And we could see the Porpsicle get discarded here. Get to draw 2 new cards as well. Grab your sword, Porpsicle. Porpsicle can draw another card. We don't see a Bell yet or anything too crazy. 10 ink, though. 10 ink is impactful. Let's see what Yarpo opts to do. We do see Hades Schema could come down here. Tamatoa could come down. Tamatoa is a scary threat if you have a lot of items in play, right? See what Yarpo opts to do. Now, that Cogsworth does have ward, so it can't be targeted by that Maleficent. Does get around Lady Tremaine. Lady Tremaine does get around it, though, I should say. So, it does have a lot of options. See what Yarpo does. Has 10 ink. Unsure what to do. So, it looks like we're going to see a smash, first of all. And then we'll see Hades Infernal Scheme. I'm going to get that Lady Tremaine into the ink well face down. And I think we're going to see a Fishbone Quill activation as well. Getting rid of the whole new world. Porpsicle's coming down as well. Draw another card. Hades Infernal Schemer. No Be Prepared yet for Phonetic. Doesn't have any way to draw. Oh, actually does have double Merlin Rabbit. Maleficent, no. What does this get rid of? Cogsworth? Gets rid of Hades. Interesting. And puts down an Olaf. Okay, now. Yarpo could just, yeah, get rid of that Maleficent. I think that's probably what you do, right? Yeah. We could even smash the Olaf as well. You can draw some cards now. Probably going to get rid of the Fishbone Quill, I would imagine, at this point, right? I mean, you're at 11 ink or not. Going to be Porpsicle. Gets Fishbone Quill and Bell. Oh, Bell is a threat. When you have 10 inks, you get up to 5 lore, everybody. And currently, as it stands now, Phonetic does not have a way to deal with that Bell. I want to see Fishbone Quill going down to 12 ink as well. Oh, but Phonetic top decks are be prepared. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness gracious me. Phonetic with the hot top deck there. Now, this is where these Ruby Amethyst decks like to play their comeback now. I say comeback, Phonetic is currently 4 lore up, but this is where these decks like to operate. Be prepared and hope your opponent can't do much. Now, Yarpo going to immediately put on that Tamatoa, gets 1 extra ink for each item you have in play, and you can get back 1 from the discard when you play it. So, can immediately put down that Porpsicle, you know. Now it's going to be on 3 lore. Gets a draw card from the Porpsicle as well. Has 3 ink left. Can put that Benja into the ink. Has 4 ink now. Could put that Hirium. Could get rid of something here to draw 2. Gets rid of Porpsicle. Draw 2 then. 1 and 2. Can't play any of those, but Amatoa is scary. We're going to see a Fishbone Quill activation as well. Tell you what, next turn Yarpo is going to be able to do whatever he likes. Now, Phonetic does have that Elsa Spirit of Winter. Could see that, you know, exerting both of these, force them to do a whole lot of nothing next turn. If I was Phonetic, that might be what I'm doing. Can obviously play this Merlin to draw a card as well. Gets Minnie Mouse Surfer. But here we do see Elsa. Spirit of Winter. Force exert both of them, and they will not be on exerting at the start of Yarpo's next turn. So they're doing a whole lot of nothing. Now, Yarpo is going to start the turn off there with that nothing to hide. Love that. Get that hand knowledge. Gets a draw card as well. Does have Let It Go. Can remove this Elsa from play. Remove its ability to quest for free. Don't think I mind that, actually, as that's exactly what we see. Still has 8 ink left to go. So we could see Cogsworth come down. Could see Cogsworth for Smash, actually, as well. Which I don't actually mind. But we don't. Okay, so we're going to see some questing from Phonetic on the Merlins. Another Merlin, the triple rabbit setup. Oh my goodness gracious me. Rabbits everywhere. We're going to get into the Merlin Goat as well. Gets another lore. Now, this is where things could start to get out of hand now. Phonetic has a ton of things in play. Can obviously get back that Merlin Goat there as well. Gets to 13 lore. Puts down the Minnie Mouse Surfer card as well. Now, we see a Smash. Smash can remove that Minnie Mouse, right? And then the rest of these guys only really quest for 1. So, I think you have to get rid of Minnie Mouse here. Tinkerbell comes down. 1 everywhere. That's going to remove Merlin Goat. No, it's not actually. So, I apologize. Interesting. Smash getting sent to the Inkwell. Maybe we're going to see a whole new world. Well, we are going to see a whole new world then, right? I imagine it's going to get Song. Leaving Yarpo with 10 ink on the back of the whole new world, actually. Here we go. What did Yarpo draw into? Oh, no. I don't think that's particularly great. Fishbone Quill going to get discarded. Draw 2 more. We need to see more damage cards, realistically. Okay, Hades is nice. Would have loved to have seen a grab your sword there. Or any kind of damage. As it stands now, does Phonetic have game on board? 14. Gets to draw 1 more off. Ooh, gets a beast. Okay. So Phonetic has 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So Merlin Go wraps it up. Okay. The Hades can remove the Minnie Mouse anyway, right? Yep. Okay. So now I don't think win is possible unless we see some bounce shenanigans, but still think it's very possible, right? So we're going to see a quest from Tamatoa, get back a Porpsicle. Put it down, draw 1. Cogsworth. 16 ink to 15 ink, everybody. Right, so let's have a think. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19. I think Phonetic has it, right? So quest, play, bounce. Yeah, I'm fairly certain Phonetic has this, right? So we're going to see all these quests now. Yeah. Then we're going to see Merlin. Then we're going to see Madam Mim. 19. And then you put Merlin back down. 20. Wow. Phonetic going up to a ridiculous 4 wins. Whew. Wow, what a game that was. We saw the Elsa. I haven't really seen that in a while, but that Elsa's doing some bits, right? Golly. Wow, that wraps up our, what was that, round 4. So now we're moving into round 5. And I think that was quite quick. So, you know, we might have a little bit of a break here. Let me know in the chat what your favorite underrated cards are. And we'll get back with our round 5 when it's up.
Battery 40%.
Okay, so we join us here this round here, our round 5 in our Return Them In $1,300 event. Oh my goodness, that whole new world sound. We turn that down a little bit, but we are back here in some gameplay. Round 5, halfway there. Obviously, winners are all playing to get that spot in that top 8. We join Doral here and Bad Wolf. Looking like we've got an amber steel deck versus the old faithful Ruby Amethyst. We see some fun cards though in this Ruby Amethyst. We see that Queen of Hearts Rush. Love that card. 2 cost. Friends on the other side. Maui. Excuse me. We even see Peter Pan's Shadow. Things you love to see. Merlin going to challenge that Gaston. Not a card you see every day, but I like it. Singers are never a bad option. And Maui coming in, Rush, Reckless, destroying that aerial. And let's see what Doral can do here. 5 ink. This will be the 6 ink turn. So can, if they like, choose to play that Tinkerbell. Cannot sing, grab your sword. Tinkerbell's getting sent to the ink. Well, I apologize. As Beast comes down. Prince Eric's going to slam into that Maui for that double banish. We're going to see some quest from Tiana there as well. Okay, over to Bad Wolf. Got a good few things. Going to be the 6 ink turn. Excuse me. Merlin can draw cards. Maleficent can draw cards. Only got 1 ink left now. They can't ink to get to 2. Uh-oh. There's that card we all have to be scared of. That be prepared. Pinocchio's going to come down and exert someone, I believe. There is no rush, though, so no real thing there. Obviously, if Pinocchio being used in combination with that Rush, Queen of Hearts could have tagged that Beast to stop it drawing cards via It's Better This Way. But unfortunately, Bad Wolf did not. have access to that. Now, Bad Wolf is going to be the 6 ink turn there. We're going to immediately see that Tinkerbell with that Rock the Boat. Going to banish that Pinocchio. And put one on the Merlin, I believe. I don't know why it wouldn't. Why did it not put one on the Merlin then? What have I missed here? That should do, what, one everywhere. He hasn't got resist, has it? Oh, okay. Oh, no, it has put the one on. It just hasn't got the little tab there. Okay. So Merlin's going to sing Friends on the other side, draw 2 cards. We're going to ink our Friends on the other side there for Bad Wolf. So we could see Yeezma. Oh, no, we're going to see the immediate Be Prepared. And I tell you what, that's kind of caught Doral with not the best of start hands here. All we can do is put down the Beast. Now, Bad Wolf can opt to play that Yeezma to immediately remove that Beast. And I think that's exactly what Bad Wolf is going to do. Shuffle that Beast away. Get to draw 2 cards, though. Doral hasn't got a character. Oh, does top deck an Aerial, but I don't know. Not quite what... Wait a minute. Every card in that hand apart from Aerial is uninkable. Oh my goodness. So we're going to pay ink to sing Let the Storm Rage. I'm going to ink Aerial, get up to 4 ink. Going to play a Sleepy Flute. And looks like we're going to try and Sleepy Flute our way out of this game. And you know what? When you've got a handful of uninkable songs, maybe Sleepy Flute is the way to go. Next turn you can play Aerial, maybe sing 2 songs, get up to 17. Arthur's gonna... Okay, now Arthur is terrifying though, letting you return a character when he quests, and if you do, you get to gain 2 lore. And fantastic when used in combination with Merlin. Let's see what Doral can do. Can ink to get to 8. Oh, but can't actually sing 2. Needs to grab a low-cost song here, I think, to stay in this game off this Aerial. What are we gonna see? Oh no, was that a fail? So can sing. Yeah, it's gonna sing Grab Your Sword there by the looks of it. I mean, that's good. Gets you up to what, 16 lore? 15 lore, I should say. Oh wow, so it's a close game. I mean, it looks like there's a 15-4 advantage for Doral, but Bad Wolf can still get it done here. Make no mistake about it. What have we got? So we've got Arthur. You're going to see the quest from the Peter Pan Shadow for 2. And we could see the Merlin come down. We're going to see Lifu to ready up the Shadow. Yeah, ready up the Shadow. We're going to sing Friends. Oh, I see. Very clever. Now, so we've got 7 ink left. Arthur's going to quest. Return what? Lifu, I would imagine then. Goes up to 9. Could still play the Merlin Goat as well. Gonna Lifu again to ready up the Peter Pan Shadow. Oh no, the Arthur. Okay, that makes sense. So you can't challenge it. Yep, fantastic. Play that Lifu, letting you ready up a character whenever you put it into play is amazing. Madam Mim is gonna bounce probably Lifu if I had to guess. No, I'm gonna go for Arthur. Gonna ink the Pascal back up to 3, so can put down the Arthur. So remove damage there from it as well, moving it out of a Grab Your Sword range. Over to Doral now, has 8 ink, so can sing 2 songs now. That. Oh, wait, hold on. He can sing 2, right? Can pay... Yeah, activate this for 2. Can you use these multiple times? No, you can't, can you? No, okay, I was quite excited then. We are going to see... Oh, God, what's that? I forgot what that song's called there. Oh, my goodness, we're going to sing that to get rid of that. Strength of a Raging Fire to get rid of the Arthur. So I think that might wrap it up here now for Doral. All he has to do is sing a song next turn and use both those Sleepy Flute, and he will win this game 1, or there I should say. Merlin's going to come down when they get to 11 lore. Pinocchio's going to come down, just going to get as much stuff in play as possible, but all Doral needs to do is sing a song and then activate those Sleepy Flutes, and he is going to take game 1. We'll go flute. I'm going to play those flute. And get to lore there. So Doral going 1-0 up here in our round 5. Now let's see if we can grab their game 2. So we're looking for Bad Wolf. Refresh that, see if it comes up. Bad Wolf. I really want to see how that matchup goes. 2 fun decks. So many songs being played left, right, and center. Let's have a look. I didn't see it on that. So let's hit the refresh button. Looking for Bad Wolf. Bad Wolf. I see Lazy Umbreon. I don't see a Bad Wolf though. No. Ah, there it is. Join. Okay, so now we're going to roll straight back into our game 2. Both players on 1 ink. So it's Bad Wolf is now on our side of the board with 2 inks. Going to play that Lifu for no effect. And it's going to go back over to Doral. Now, Doral's hand again, coming back from having all those non-inkables. There's a few uninkables there. We're going to get Prince Eric now. And that's one thing I love about the metal decks, is that their early game pressure is so good, right? You know, Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist. Prince Eric is so good. You can play Fire the Cannons if you're that way inclined as well. But let's see what... I think it's Bad Wolf's turn here. It's going to opt to... Is it Bad Wolf's turn, actually? Yeah, I think it must be, right? Because I've got nothing to do. So, if we look at Bad Wolf's hand... Has a few uninkables. I like that they're playing Rafiki. Love that card. Phonetic is going to come down. About to say, yeah, it's going to exert the Cinderella, and then Lifu going to get that rare banish there without getting KO'd himself. Want to see friends on the other side sent to the Inkwell. And now it's over to Doral, who's playing a lot of damage dealing stuff. I'm actually a big fan of Forbidding Recluse Beast. One of my favourite cards that I use to great effects in my budget decks. Now, Ao's going to come down Spectacular Singer. Look at top 4 cards of your deck and grab a song. And that was a fail, I think, as Prince Eric is going to banish that Lifu, taking 2 damage back. Now, Bad Wolf's going to be a bit of trouble here, I think. It's going to probably have to sing Friends on the other side. Because otherwise, it isn't going to be doing a lot. So it looks like we're going to see Madam Mim come down, Friends on the other side. Getting sent to the Inkwell, actually. So that leaves Bad Wolf with an all-uninkable hand. Maybe relying or thinking that Doral will be playing Friends on the other... Not Friends on the other side. A Whole New World at some point. That's a risk. I mean, what can Bad Wolf do next turn? I guess you've got Rafiki for Rush, actually. Yeah, let's see what Doral does here. Come up to 4 ink. Can play the Beast. I mean, wow, it's actually going for the Whole New World. So Bad Wolf may have got away with it there. And now has so many more options. But I guess so does Doral as well. The hand wasn't that great. Let the Storm rage on. It's actually going to KO that Madam Mim. Gets to draw an extra card there as well, as he does get a Ballroom Sensation in play as well. Now over to Bad Wolf's going to start the turn off by inking that Queen of Hearts, going to 5 ink. It's going to go for the Maui. Goodness gracious me. Going to KO that Aerial. Obviously, the backbone of these Amber decks, that Aerial and the Cinderella, are actually letting you sing songs with their singer. Otherwise, that they wouldn't be able to play. I think Aerial is singer 5, but it sings everything in the deck. Cinderella is singer 3. So that can sing Strength for the Raging Fire and Let the Storm Rage On as well. Over to Doral. Doesn't actually have too much. So we could see the shift, actually, into Cinderella, but it's kind of vulnerable. So we're going to go for the Beast instead. I quite like that. And not going to sing anything with Cinderella. I'm going to leave it nice and safe, because obviously if you was going to leave that Cinderella exerted, Maui's going to come swinging in with that Reckless and do some massive damage. Now, over to Yzma. Going to shuffle in the Beast. Yep, gets to draw 2 there for Doral. Does draw back into a Beast. There's a quick turn there for Bad Wolf. Just putting down the Yzma, using that Cruel Irony ability to shuffle away one of your opponent's characters. Now, over to Doral. Has 5 ink, because it's going to be the 6 ink turn. Has a lot of songs, but again, with that Maui being there, can't actually get to the Maui with Let the Storm Rage On. You could, if you really wanted to, sing Let the Storm Rage On and then pay ink on the other one. Excuse me. But looks like we are going to see Tragic Hero Beast coming back down. Ben's going to hit the Inkwell, 1 ink left. And I imagine we're going to see a pass as we do. Now, over to Bad Wolf. Has it all kicking off in the hand, really. Can go up to 7 ink this turn. Maleficent's going to let you draw a card. Love to see it. Cast my spell. Draws into a rabbit. Can't play that, though. 3 ink left. Oh, no, could play it, actually. Or could put down the Minnie Mouse, sorry. Now that we've inked the Maui, can play the Merlin Rabbit. Draws into the Lady Tremaine. Fantastic card to have in your back pocket. Now, as it is over to Doral, Beast ability does activate. It's better this way, letting you draw 1 extra card at the start of your turn if Beast has no damage on it. Excuse me, had to sneeze there. Now, over to Doral. Let's have a look. Top deck's the Rapunzel gifted with healing. Obviously a fantastic card, letting you draw cards when you bench it, or put it in play, I should say, letting you heal up to 3 damage from one of your characters. But it looks like we are going to see Let the Storm Rage On being sung there by Cinderella. We could see a shift maybe this turn. We're going to see another Let the Storm Rage On. This is going to go into the Yzma, picking up the banish there. Only 1 ink left now, though, so nothing else to do this turn. That Cinderella will be vulnerable. I guess you can always put down a Stout-Hearted next turn if you like. Or put down that Cinderella so you can shift into that. Don't mind that as well. As Prince Eric does hit the Inkwell and the Sleepy Flute activation to get Doral on the board there with 1 law. Maleficent getting a rare challenge banished there into the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. That's the only way Bad Wolf will be getting a Cinderella. Unless Lady Tremaine comes down, but obviously not. Going to go for that Arthur instead. Double Arthur. Ooh, goodness gracious. Double Arthur has the potential for some silly things. Only quest for 1, though. But I guess there's an effective 3 if you use Student to bounce stuff back. You know, can bounce back Merlin to draw a card. Or to get 2 law, I should say, then Merlin actually draw your card in that scenario. Yeah, we are going to see Tinkerbell coming down there. It's going to be 1 damage to everyone. It's actually going to banish the Maleficent. Do we see any other damage? We do not. We could see, actually. I'm going to say maybe Ariel come down to try and find something, but that's not going to be possible. With only 1 ink left now for Doral. As we do see Stitch getting sent to ink, so 2 ink left. Can't really do a lot of that ink, so we're just going to see a quest for 2. Beast quest for 2, right? Yeah, he does. Oh, but we do see Be Prepared there on the top there for Battle, but I'm not sure if this is a Be Prepared turn. I mean, your board is very good, in my opinion. Not something you really want to rock the boat with. If you pardon the pun, there we go. That was unintentional, folks, I promise you. I didn't even plan that. Goodness, okay. So let's see what Bad Wolf does here. It's an interesting turn, right? I mean, you know, if you play Lady Tremaine, Doral probably bounces back the Beast. You don't want to do that. You can always just go double goat, to be honest with you. I think staying at 8 ink here could be fine. And then you can, like, quest with Arthur, bounce them all back. That'd be a very explosive turn. We are going to see Merlin questing first. Arthur's going to quest us. That means we're probably going to see Merlin getting bounced back, draw a card. Additional 2 law. Lady Tremaine. I mean, it's not a bad card to have, realistically. Arthur's going to quest. Probably going to bounce back the other Arthur. Okay. Maui's going to swing into that Beast for the big KO there. Lady Tremaine's going to come down now, so you probably... Ooh. Did you get rid of Tinkerbell here? No, you probably get rid of the other Cinderella, right, actually? Yeah, it's going to have to be. Because Tinkerbell can challenge Arthur next turn. And start spreading damage that way. Okay. Now, it's a shame Doral doesn't have any extra way of dealing damage. Could actually pick up the KO on both the Arthur if you have an additional way of dealing damage. But I do not see it as of yet. You could play Ariel and hope to draw into any one of her damage-dealing songs here. Literally any damage-dealing song would pick up the KO. And a Grab Your Sword. Okay, so that does work, right? Because then Tinkerbell challenges Arthur. Puts 2 damage onto the other Arthur. Yep, and then we're going to sing Grab Your Sword. Oh no, pay inked, I should say, to sing Grab Your Sword. And then you get the Sleepy Flute activation as well. Good turn there for Doral, doing everything he can to stem the bleeding. But we do know Bad Wolf is holding on to that Be Prepared. I'm not sure if this is the turn to use it, but it is certainly an option. Oof. As Bad Wolf draws into the Yzma, can't play it though. Could put down another Lady Tremaine though. And I think this one, you Do you bounce back your aerial so you can reuse it? Oh no, it doesn't. It gets banished, right? It doesn't go back into your hand. I should. Okay, so over to Doral now. I think it could be maybe too much lore behind it. We do see the Lady Tremaine getting banished, and you spread another 2 damage. 2 damage on its own isn't too impactful, as we do see the Rapunzel coming in for the big heal, though. That Gleam and Glow going to draw 3 cards. But I don't think any of them are what we're particularly after. We'd love to see aerial, and ideally we'd love to just see damage dealing songs, but we did not see any of them. We're going to see Rapunzel coming down, Gleam and Glow again, draw 1 more card. We see a Tinkerbell. That would have been nice, but now we haven't got the ink to use it. But what this does do, actually, I guess, we could see the Simba come down here, actually. The Bodyguard. We're going to see the Bodyguard activation. We are now. This could be the Be Prepared term. That right there is a lot of lore on board. Then again, it's not really. I mean, Rapunzel doesn't really do much damage either, so maybe you can afford to just quest this turn. Lady Tremaine's going to swing into that Simba, though. That means we're probably not going to see. Oh, wow, but we're going to see the big Maui coming down, removing the Bodyguard. Maui again, removing the Tinkerbell, and that leaves Merlin free to quest. Now, it does go over to Doral now with 10 ink. This could be the 11 ink turn. It's going to put down Tinkerbell. That's actually going to pick up the KO on the Maui. Which is very nice. So move that big threat. And then Doral has access to the Beast as well. I'm going to put 1 damage onto the Maleficent. It's going to remove that. And I think that's all we can do. We can see a double quest in them from the Rapunzel. We're going to have to start getting some lore on the board eventually. Otherwise, won't be able to really win the game. So we're going to see what I imagine. Double quest here from Rapunzel. I mean, it's got 5 willpower, so it's going to be fairly safe, right? So there we go. And over to Bad Wolf. Now, is this the Be Prepared turn? I imagine we're going to see the quest first, so this might be. Yep, there it is. Be Prepared. Even gets to draw a card afterwards as well. Can't actually. Oh, I guess you can actually ink Leafu. Oh, I'm not going to put that straight away down. Okay. But you might want to try and put down a Merlin Goat there, but maybe he's already inked already. Over to Doral. Now, this is the problem about these Be Prepared decks, right? Is that all of a sudden, you've got a lot. You have to just put everything on the board and just hope it sticks. Which, to be fair, Doral's done a mighty fine job of. Here comes Merlin. 17 lore. 18 lore. And I think that right there has just wrapped it up. And there is the concession. Oh my goodness. Right, I can't remember who won game 1, so I was going to see who won game 1. If there is going to be a game 3, I'm going to go and grab that. So back in a second. Of course, there's a game 3. I forgot that Doral won the first game. So here we are going into a game 3 here as Bad Wolf has 1 ink. And then we're kicking it over to Doral's turn, I think. Who is, yep, going to put down a Sleepy Flute. Going to use the rest of his ink. And he has a Simba and a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation in play. So, let's see what Pixelborn Bad Wolf can do. We are going to see Rafiki come down. One of my favourite cards, actually. That 3/3 with the Rush can be terrifying if used at the select right time. So Doral's going to ink that Gaston. Not a card we see too often, I think, but we are going to see that Aerial coming down there. It's fantastic. Single, letting you look at the top 4 cards of your deck and grab any song you find and put the other 3 cards back on the bottom. It looks like Doral has the choice, and that was a fail because looking at Doral's hand, we are going to have to see the be prepared, the whole new world being sung next turn. So Doral really needs to hope that this Aerial doesn't get KO'd, and I think it is from the Rafiki. That is a strong turn there from Bad Wolf. That's going to really set back Doral now, who won't be able to actually play whole new world, and we'll have to send that Tinkerbell to the Inkwell and pass. Wow, that rhymed. There we go. Maybe could have quested with the Simba, so it would have activated bodyguard, so Doral wouldn't be able to do that. If you know your Aerial is so important to your next turn, could have been worth just leaving it. Trying to make it safe. Peter Pan's Shadow is going to give everyone with Rush evasive, right? Yeah, so that Rafiki now has evasive as well. So, Let the Storm Rage On, being sung by that Cinderella. 2 damage onto that Pinocchio. We'll pick up the banish there. And then let's see what Doral will do. We are finally going to see a whole new world, but with no ink available, won't be able to really do much this turn. I'm going to have to pass it over when he does get the Sleepy Flute activating, I guess. But that is that. Now, let's see what Pixelborn... I don't know why I keep saying Pixelborn for, I apologise. But let's see what Bad Wolf can do. 5 ink left. This is going to be the 6 ink turn. Has a whole ton of options, right? We're going to see Rafiki Quest first. I would imagine Peter Pan, Shadow, Leaf. We're going to ready them up. Wow, so then you can pick up the KO on the Cinderella there as well. Pascal getting sent to the Inkwell. 4 ink. That could be another Peter Pan Shadow. Do they have one law? They have 2 laws. Wow, that's a strong card, isn't it? Goodness, all the shadows are getting a bit dark in here. Okay, let's see what Doral can do. Now, I do see grab your swords. That'll put 2 damage everywhere. We do see that being played. So Rafiki, even though has evasive, won't be able to dodge those swords. And then Peter Pan Shadow both left on 2 as well. I mean, there is nothing else here basically for Doral to do. He's going to have to activate that Sleepy Flute. Get 1 little law there. Oh, can put down a Cinderella, I apologise, and then activate Sleepy Flute as well. Now, will that Cinderella be able to survive? I think it will, actually. I can't see nothing that... I mean, we could see it be prepared, but I think that would be a questionable be prepared there from Bad Wolves. I don't think this is the turn to do it, especially when you've got, like, Rush, Queen of Hearts as well, who can help you neutralise threats if needed. Oh, no, actually... So now Queen of Hearts does come down in combination with Pinocchio to pick up the banish on that Cinderella. Oh, goodness gracious me. I love this card, actually. Especially now I've seen this combo with Queen of Hearts plus Pinocchio. That is strong. Oh, speaking of strong, no, rocking the boat. That's going to be, what, a 4 banish. A quad. Wow, pendulum of power just swinging to and fro, everybody. Okay. Merlin Goat does come down now. It's going to be 1 law. Arthur's going to quest. That's going to be, what, like a 4 law turn, realistically. Going to bounce back to Merlin. And all of a sudden, it's 15. It's 16-3. I mean, it is possible for Doral to come back, but while Bad Wolf is holding... that be prepared, it's going to make it much harder, right? Now, we know that Doral does have access to Let the Storm Rage On, so that's probably going to pick up the KO on the Minnie Mouse, and then Tinkerbell can challenge the Arthur, put the other 2 damage on the Minnie Mouse for an effective board wipe. But we do see double Sleepy Flute come down. So here we do see the challenge, Tinkerbell into Arthur, another 2 damage onto the Minnie Mouse. That obviously doesn't matter about evasives, that Minnie Mouse is gone. And then Doral can get a double Sleepy Flute activation to go up to a colossal, table-shattering, mind-altering 5 law. Okay. And I think all we have to do here for Bad Wolf is just get characters in play, realistically. I mean, a little Pascal isn't going to do a whole lot, but, it is, while it's unexerted, it can't really, it's pretty safe, at least from challenging. So the Doral side of the board hasn't really got a lot going on. Do you want to play a whole new world there? I mean, it gets you at least another 2 Lord this turn, or actually Sleepy Flute, but then you've got 2 Cinderella and a Rapunzel, all very good cards in their own right. So it could get a little bit techie. Hope. Well, okay. We are going to see the whole new world being played, I should say. I think, let's see how that treats Bad Wolf. Does actually remove the be prepared for it, to be fair. Let the storage is going to pick up the KO on that Pascal. But then Bad Wolf at 16 Law has, oh goodness, I can see Merlin. I can see Madam Mims. That's going to be, 17, 18 Law. We see an Arthur as well. We see Merlin. I think the writing could be on the wall here for Doral, as the Madam Mim is going to come down, bounce back that Merlin. That's going to be, what, 18? Goes down to 1 ink. So I can't do anything else this turn. The Madam Mim's got Rush as well, so it actually KOs the Tinkerbell. Right, so with Bad Wolf, does it currently have Win in hand, right? Yeah, because you got Merlin plus Madam Mim. That's going to be 20 Law. And I'm not sure what Doral can realistically do about it. We are going to see a shift into Cinderella. Beast is going to come down. Very good card in its own right, but we're going to see the quest for free. But yeah, I think that's going to wrap it up there for Bad Wolf. Merlin's going to come down, grab that extra Law. Madam Mim's going to come down, bounce it back. And there we go. That's going to be number 20. Should we try and find another game? Let's see if we can find another game. That was quite a quick one. Let's hop back to this scene. Okay. Lovely to say hi to everyone there in the chat. Make sure to get involved. Let me know what your favorite underrated card is. In Lorcana. What's a card that you just love to play that no one else really does? Okay, so it looks like we've joined a game here, but I think there's not a lot left. Madam Mim's going to come down here, going to get artifacts up to 18. We're going to see a challenge. Actually, maybe this is a little bit closer than I expected, actually. Because NVIDIA, that's a cool name. Oh no, it is still Artback's turn, actually. Can't play the Be Prepared yet, Artaback. Over to NVIDIA. I'm going to draw an extra card here. If we see a Madam Mim, I think that wraps it up, right? You're going to see Merlin Quest, Madam Mim, Bounce Back Merlin. Wow, I'm glad we caught that. That was quite fun, right? That was quite fun. All right, let's see if we can find another one. Come on. Spectate. How long's left on this round? Actually, not too long. Let's join this game. Let's see what's happening. Let's just get all the gameplay. Oh, we've got quite a bit of gameplay to go in this one. Oh, so we've got the green metal sort of hybrid discard aggro deck coming out at the top there. As we are going to see that Merlin getting KO'd. And then over at the bottom, June only has a Madam Mim in hand, so those green discarding cards have been doing their magic. Oh, but a top deck of Be Prepared. I think you have to, right? Yeah, can't do anything else. Over to Mike, who now has 6 ink. I mean, probably just have to put down a Jafar, right? I mean, you could ink a Jafar, go up to 7. Then play Prince John plus Jafar. But I'm not sure how impactful Prince John is if you've got no discarding stuff in your hand. Another Be Prepared there for June. Probably not the turn to use it, though. As we are just going to see the pass. Wow, I'm glad we hopped into this game. This game looks fun. Going to have a big beast come down. Jafar's going to quest for 1. Ooh, Lady Tremaine. This is so interesting, because the discarding deck has done its thing, right? But now the control deck is managing to sort of get back where it needs to be as well. Just trying to attrition out this game. Oh, Relentless Beast, an interesting card. Whenever an opposing character is damaged, right, you can ready it. Interesting. Very interesting card. But we're not going to get to see it being used, because Lady Tremaine obviously is going to come in and remove that beast from play with its power to rule at last. bounce it back. Okay. Mike Burley top decks the Flynn Rider that has 4 lore as long as your opponent has no card in their hand, because for every card they do have, it loses 1 lore. So without any other way to discard stuff, this might not be the time to use it. Although I guess Prince John's going to come down. And the Flynn Rider. Okay. So I guess that's going to kind of stop June from inking. Because if you ink and put something down, that's going to be more cards. Sorry, less cards in your hand, which means that Flynn Rider can do silly things. So. Oh, and it's got evasive as well. I forgot it had evasive. That's quite funny. The Lady Tremaine is going to quest for 2. Madam Mim's going to bounce the Lady Tremaine back to hand. I mean, you can use it next turn, obviously. Cusco is going to hit the ink well. And Lady Tremaine comes back down immediately. Now, sure, you get rid of your Prince John in this scenario, right? Yeah. That Flynn Rider does have 3 lore, though. Does have 3 lore. As Mike Birdie going to top deck the Beast. And then we're going to see what a quest for 3 off that Flynn Rider. This is a very close game as he's going down to 17 lore there for Mike Burley. You know, has that Flynn Rider with evasive, and Beast has that 2 lore as well. Now, over to June. Does have the Madam Mim, so you can you actually? 6? You have to ink the friends on the other side if you want to put down Madam Mim and reuse Lady Tremaine. That is an option. And if you was to do that, actually, the Flynn Rider can just quest for 3 to win. So, maybe I have to give that. Oh, wait a minute. Has to be prepared now because you sung friends on the other side of Lady Tremaine. But if you play the Be Prepared, you haven't really got a lot to do. You have to just hope that Mike wouldn't have a good card in his hand. Only has 1 card in his hand, obviously, but I think you kind of have to in this scenario, right? You ain't going to get rid of that Flynn Rider any other way. So, yep, there goes the Be Prepared. Uh-oh. And now June can't do anything. It's just going to have to pass. Oh, my goodness. What a game this. I'm so glad we came to hop into this game. Oh, my goodness. We're going to see friends on the other side being sang there via ink. Now, June does draw into Fidget. Merlin Crab, Madam Mim Fox, and Maui. Not really what you want in this scenario, but, you know, could be worse. 6 ink there. So we're going to see Fidget. Fidget plus Merlin both coming down at the same turn. Okay, it's going to give Fidget more strength for what it's worth. And Mike Burley, again, does not draw into a character. Does have a Smash, though. I mean, Smash does get rid of the Fidget. Going to go after the Merlin instead. I guess that kind of makes sense because that Merlin does have use if it gets bounced back to the hand via Madam Mim. So I guess that makes sense as well. As June is going to have double Madam Mim Fox. Not really what you want to see in this scenario. We are going to get a free 1 lore there from Fidget. He's going to get bounced back to the hand as well. That Fidget does have evasive, so can only be challenged by characters that have evasive. As it comes straight back down again. So, Mike Burley draws into a big beast, though. That right. I think as long as the board stays the way it is, Mike has game, right? Because June cannot damage this beast this turn. Can't remove it. So, what Mike Burley can do is quest for 2, go up to 19. Play, sing, well, any of this with ink, actually. That would then damage one of these. Beast then readies again and can quest. So, as it stands now, that beast is going to be game, I think. Unless some shenanigans happen from June's side of the board, but I don't think that's going to happen. Madam Mim was going to bounce back, probably Merlin. You go up to 16. Quest, or quest times 2. Going to go up to 18. If the Madam Mim chooses to quest, obviously. But then, oh, maybe you can't quest with the Madam Mim, actually, because then the beast can challenge it to ready up. But I think that should be game. The Beast quest, 19. You sing any song with ink. That should ready up Beast. Beast quest again. Wow, what a way to end that. That was amazing. I loved that. What a game that was. But I don't think we've got a lot of time left on this round. So we're going to go to a break and then get it ready for our round 6. Oh, baby. Okay, so here we are back for our round 6 at the Return of the Mim $1,300 event. Over 300 people playing. Incredible scenes. We're going to join our game here. We've got Chandler Bings on there on the bottom versus Hyper. And it looks like Hyper is playing some sort of green aggro rush deck, as we do see a Maleficent there in the hand. We see Pinocchio, and we see some green. So this is just all manner of just low cost, high lore stuff here. Over the Chandler Bings, and let's see what they can do. Come off this. Okay, so Chandler is going to ink go down to 1 ink left. When I play the Stitch, nothing else he can do there. So it's going to have to be a pass. Now over to Hyper. This will be the 3 lore turn. Doesn't actually have too many cards can ink though. Has a Maleficent. Okay, has a couple, but excuse me. You'd want to have a couple more, to be honest with you. You want to see the quest off Madam Mim. 2 ink left. Are we going to see... Probably can't afford to play Flynn Wide now. Yeah, you're going to have to ink. So we've got 3 ink here. Could go for a Maleficent plus Pinocchio play. Going to go for Enchantress instead. And Maleficent. Okay. I don't mind it. And it's actually quite worrying here for Chandler because it hasn't really got any ways of dealing with this. I mean, you could ink a Queen, play Aerial, hope to draw into some sort of damage dealing song. I think that's what we're going for here. Let's see if we see it. Any damage dealing song apart from Grab Your Sword would be ideal. Oh no! And it was Grab Your Sword. That's not what Chandler wanted there, as Pixel Hyper will be able to quest for a lot here. So we're going to see 1 from the Madam Mim. We're going to see 2 from the Enchantress and 2 from the Maleficent as well. We're going to see Arthur come down. Now, we can play Grab Your Sword this turn, and that wipes off pretty much everything apart from the Madam Mim and the Arthur, who will live by 1. But I think you have to take it realistically. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I thought Chandler had no inkables, but does have 2 at the end there. Gonna have to get rid of that Queen, I would imagine, to get to that 4 ink play. Excuse me. And I think that's what Chandler's gonna have to do. To be honest with you, is hasn't really got much other options. Has Hyper is already on 8 lore, by the way, and still has, you know, plenty of options to drop that Pinocchio, Maleficent, and draw cards with the other Maleficent as well. I thought Maleficent for the longest of time is a character that's been given the most playable cards, right? Because you've got this Maleficent, you've got that Maleficent, you had the blue Maleficent, which sort of played for a little bit. Then you have the red Maleficent as well. Maleficent only has, what, 1 bad card, and that was the other blue one. That wasn't, you know, like, awful or anything. You know, strictly the best. So let's see what's happening. Yeah, not sure if everything's okay. Hopefully it is. Can't quite tell what's happening. Okay. Was that a concession from Chandler? Huh. Well, I mean, it must be, because it says defeat. So, well, let's see if we can get the game 2 for that. Oh, spectate. Right, let's see if we can get it. So we need to look for Chandler Bings. Quite an easy username to look out for, hopefully. Chandler Bings. I think that could be a hard matchup, though, for Mr. Bings, all things considered. I don't know how, you know, how that's going to play out for him. That's a very rush deck there from Hyper. So, okay, let me just go to the break screen while I grab them back, and then we'll get back for game 2. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure what happened to that game too. I could. All right, hello. I don't know why my mic was turned down there, but yeah, I'm not sure what happened to that game too. But yeah, so we'll have to join this game here: Lorcana Villain versus uh, Roxy, and it looks like we got ourselves the Amethyst Ruby mirror match. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna start off there with Lorcana Villain's turn is now over to Pixelborn Roxy, who has a couple of Inkables, but he does play the spell book, and that's meant to be very good for the mirror. As we're going to see Maui hit the ink while going up to 2 ink. Can't actually play the Cusco. Very nice, letting you know. Draw a card when it gets banished. Very good. Over to Lorcana Villain. Has pretty okay hand. Can put down that Minnie Mouse now, you know. Evasive. Quest for 2. Very good. As we see the Madam Mim challenging and picking up a KO there. Banish, I should say. And then now here comes the Minnie Mouse. Okay, over to Roxy. He's gonna ink that Merlin goat. Not something you really want to do too often. It looks like we are gonna see the return Minnie Mouse, the Minnie Mouse and Minnie Mouse action. And the Minnie Mouse aren't very good at KOing each other since they only do 1 damage. So still think worth keeping an eye on. Something else worth keeping an eye on is Pixelborn's Roxy's hand. It only has 1 inkable. Draws a card from Cusco, and it's another uninkable. That right there could be game ending for Roxy. Won't be able to do anything the next turn. Actually, could put down the Sorcerer's Spellbook, actually. And then, but yeah, apart from that, Lorcana is going to play that Merlin Rabbit, draw a card, quest for 2 with that mini. Oh, it does top deck a Cusco. So can actually do some stuff here. Now, do you ink Cusco, go for Spellbook? Do you go, or do you put down the Cusco? They're going for the Spellbook. That makes sense. Getting a little lore, because chances are if you're going to be dragging your heels a little bit here moving forward, it might be better off having that Sorcerer's Spellbook over the rest of the game. Okay, over to Lorcana then. They're going to ink up to 5. So we could see Merlin Goat. I mean, I wouldn't mind it since you've got nowhere dealing. I'm going to go for them lifts and actually draw a card. Don't mind that as well. I'm going to draw that Elsa 8 cost. Not something you want to see on, you know, this early on, to be honest with you. We are going to see some questing, though. Madam Mim as well, probably. Teeth and Ambitions. Now, that's kind of helpful. You get to draw a card off that as well, right? Oh, no, it's just deal 2 damage to another. So you can actually see the Cusco come down and then use your other 2 to KO the Cusco, draw a card, and then actually KO the Minnie Mouse, actually, as well. We could see that. We are going to see Teeth of Ambitions. It's going to KO the Cusco. Get rid of that Minnie Mouse. Love that play there. Gets a draw a card there from the Cusco. Gets another Teeth of Ambitions. Okay, so Roxy is living on a prayer here. Gets to use that Sorcerer's Spellbook as well. I love to see it. Roxy trying his absolute best. Or their absolute best, I should say. Okay, over to Lorcana Villain now. We're going to use ink to sing Friends on the other side. Excuse me. Can actually sing Friends with the Maleficent and or Merlin. Going to sing it with the Maleficent. Draw 2. 2 ink left. Could play the Madam Mim. To bounce back the rabbit. Draw another card as well. Wouldn't mind that. As Maleficent does hit the inkwell. 3 ink left. Madam Mim. Okay. Wow, we're kicking off here. We're going to quest there with that Madam Mim as well. And now it's over to Roxy. Does have friends on the other side. I give full credit to Roxy. Roxy is top decking like a one very good Illuminator, let me tell you that. Does draw into Olaf, which you can ink as well, but then draws into Ursula. And I guess, to be fair, Roxy hasn't got any inkables now. So next top deck is going to be crucial. Because Roxy won't be able to do a damn thing if he doesn't top deck anything. Currently sitting at 6 ink. Needs a minimum of 7 to do something next time. Conovan's going to ink that Maui. Goes up to 7. Powerful Ursula there. Going to remove a law. Going to quest. Quest. Oh, top deck's friends on the other side. Now, do you just ink that and go for the be prepared here? That's a question. That's actually a tough choice. Or do you sing it? Things could get out of hand though. There's a lot of characters on the board there, but then you get rid of your only board presence in that Minnie Mouse, which is actually a good consistent for 3 ink per turn when using combination with that spell book. So actually a tough decision. I'm not sure what I'd do. This is tough. This is not an easy decision. Let me tell you that for a fact. And it looks like we are going to ink friends. So that would imagine we're going to go for the be prepared. As we are going to see the quest for Minnie Mouse. And yep. Be prepared. So no Sorcerer's Spellbook. Lorcana Villain does have a big hand though. Technically, normally, if your opponent has a big hand, they have a better chance of being able to get out of the be prepared lock, I should say. Let's see what Lorcana Villain can do. So we see Madam Mim. We see a Merlin going to draw a card. Plenty of options realistically. It has Dragonfire as well. Not a card you see too often, but on a 5 cost, it's plenty good enough. Madam Mim's going to come down, bounce that Merlin, draw an extra card as well. And this gets a Maleficent. Not too far off being able to use that as well. It's a very traditional sort of Ruby Amethyst list here by the looks of it. Okay. Let's see what Lorcana Villain can do. And there's 1 ink less. I probably can't do too much actually. The boys have to just pass it over, as we are going to see Merlin go hit the ink. Well, that's 2 ink. Roxy top decks the Minnie Mouse. They can't go up to 8 ink. I don't know if it's worth it. I guess actually now that you've got Sorcerer's Spellbook, maybe it is worth it. So you can use the Ursula, ink that, and actually use Spellbook this turn. And then, yeah, we get to draw a card off that Ursula as well. As Olaf comes down, so now Roxy is starting to get himself a little bit of a board presence. Whereas Lorcana hasn't got the immediate one. But I guess Lorcana does have the Maleficent, does have the Yzma, and has Be Prepared, all as potential options. So we're going to see the quest of Madam Mim. That probably means Be Prepared is coming in. And we're going to see the Dragonfire, of course. I love Dragonfire. Strong card. Forgotten card, actually. But in this scenario, it's really strong. Yzma's going to hit the Inkwell, so 4 ink to play with. Merlin Rabbit's going to come down, draw a card. And this is a to and fro game, honestly. As it's over to Roxy. Does have the Maui, so can't ink up to 9. Not sure how much that's worth it, realistically. But I guess if you wanted to use Elsa this turn, then maybe. I think Ursula's just fine though. Removing that law, you get to draw a card as well. Touch draw into the Be Prepared. That's actually really helpful. To be honest, and I tell you what, Roxy has been doing fantastically well here, all things considered. Gets to use the spellbook as well, marching to victory via that spellbook. Let's see. Well, I think there's nothing else Roxy can do. So now it's over to Lorcana, who does top deck another Dragonfire. Now you could maybe want to use the Maleficent here to sort of develop your board as well. I mean, obviously Maleficent is as good as a Dragonfire. I'm gonna get rid of the Olaf. Do you go for Dragonfire or do you go for Maleficent? I think Dragonfire is probably the better option actually. So now you can put down that Merlin Rabbit as well, draw another card. This will probably force Roxy to, if he has a Be Prepared, to go for it here. Because things could start to get out of hand as Roxy does draw into the mini. Obviously cannot sing Be Prepared with that Ursula now, so we'll have to actually use the ink to play it, which will limit whatever else Roxy can do. Let's see what we do here. Definitely thinking, not an easy decision. I mean, Maui could come in, carry the Madam Mim. Or the Merlin, funnily enough. Probably seems pretty weak. I mean, I guess you go Maui plus Spellbook, which it looks like we're actually going to do. So this, then you get to, okay, go after the Mim. Okay, fair enough. Okay, and Minnie Mouse. Okay, I like that. Developing some sort of a board. Over to Lorcana Villain now. Yeah, Merlin can actually pick up the KO on that Maui. Gets to draw another card now, actually. So this could be the Maleficent turn. Oh, obviously, or Lady Tremaine. Obviously, as good as Maleficent in this scenario, and gets the quest for 2 as well, and cost less. So you might be able to pick up. Is there a 3? Could be that Madam and Fox. I think that's a 3. Or was that a 4? That'll be a 4 actually. Oh no, it is a 3. Draw an extra card. I don't know how necessary that is, but kind of nice. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, get to draw the extra card with that Madam Mim by bouncing back Merlin Rabbit. Wow. And this, I feel as if while Roxy has been doing very well to be, you know, hanging in here, I think the writing could be on the wall soon. All things considered. So let's see what can happen here. So it must be Roxy's turn now. I mean, if you sing Friends, can't play Be Prepared unless you. No, okay, yeah, I'm gonna say he definitely can't play the Friends on the other side. So it's gonna go for the Be Prepared into the spell book, but then you look at Lorcana Villain's hand, you know there's gonna be so much reload potential going on here. As he draws into a Be Prepared, definitely be playing that anytime soon. Who we see the Minnie Mouse come down, Surfer, evasive. It's all going down well. Yeah, we're just going to see the pass over to Roxy. I'll actually just have the Maleficent. We can draw a card with that. No more Be Prepared now, though. So I feel as if whatever Lorcana Villain can put down will most likely be sticking. This turn, at least. So let's see what... You could though, play Maleficent and Friends, realistically. Opt into Ink the Friends. And go for the Elsa. That's going to prevent Lorcana Villain from questing with those two at the very least. But that's all. Oh, I guess you can use Spellbook as well. Go up to 14. I tell you what. Roxy is hanging in. Now, this might be the turn where you go for the Maleficent now, right? Yeah, I think so. Going to remove that Elsa. Stop that free lore potential. Scary card. And quest for 2, right? Yep, and quest for 2. But what that turn did do is prevent Lorcana Villain from getting any lore on the board. And Roxy might just be able to creep their way to victory here. We'll get to a minimum of 15 this turn, right? Could just use Spellbook at the very least. Does have 2 very good draw cards there. Maleficent obviously lets you draw 1, and Friends on the other side lets you draw 2. Probably going to have to play them at some point. We are going to see, was that Friends being sung there via Ink. Would have loved to draw into a Merlin Goat there, I feel. Merlin Rabbit might be good enough. Gets to draw a card now. There's the Merlin Goat. You could argue one turn too late there. But is coming through eventually. So that Merlin Goat is going to be as good for another 2 lore. Spellbook activation takes up to 16. Getting close. Getting close. There goes the Spellbook activation. 15 lore there. Let's see what Lorcana Villain can do. I mean, that's everything that Roxy can do. I think there's already... Maybe it hasn't inked this turn, but... I guess in theory, if you haven't inked, you could ink Maleficent to put in play Madam Mim, get back Merlin Rabbit, but you might want to hold on to your Madam Mim to bounce back your Merlin Goat. Maybe. But no, it looks like we are going to try and draw some cards here. Get out Merlin Rabbit. Hopefully that's a good card. Ooh. Double Merlin Goat win you the game. Madam Mim quest 16. Merlin comes down. I think that might have wrapped it up. I mean, Lorcana Villain does have the Elsa. It might come down to that Elsa. Gonna stop all forms of questing, right? 18. No goat in the hand though. The Lorcana Villain can't win this turn. I'm not sure if Roxy can win this turn actually. Need to draw into something. Madam Mim's gonna bounce back Maleficent? Merlin? Yeah, Maleficent, you can reuse it, don't mind it. Now we're getting into Ink Cross 6. What's 6? Ooh, now this is brave. This is brave. Oh, I'm gonna bounce back the rabbit. Okay, that makes sense. That's what you're gonna bounce back the Madam Mim. Okay, right. I can. I had a Mim 16, Sorcerer's Spellbook 17, Merlin. Not quite there. Not this term, anyway. If you drew into a Madam Mim Snake, it would have been. So, on the assumption that Lorcana Villain just needs to get 2 lore on the board, it can easily do it. I think that might wrap up this one, all things considered. Merlin Rabbit comes down. Draw a card. Madam Mim Snake, but I think too late now. Because if you put Merlin Goat down 16, Madam Mim Quest 17, Madam Mim comes down. Yeah, we needed that Madam Mim Snake a turn earlier. Fortunately, we didn't get it, and I think that might just push this game out of reach. Maybe a Be Prepared would have worked there as well, but didn't see that. I mean, yeah, because you can't get rid of the Minnie Mouse. Snake can't get rid of anything because nothing's exerted, actually. 7. Not enough ink, is it? Madam Mim 6. Goat 17. Madam Mim. Bounce back Goat. 18. Spellbook 19. And that was it. Wow. What a whew. Wow, that's how close these games get, everyone. That right there is crazy. Right, let's see if we can get another game. See if we can get another game. Wonder if did Chandler's game ever turn back up again? Would like to have seen how that went. Right, let's see what's going on with this one. See what's going on with this one. Taking a while. Hopefully everything's okay. I hope so. Not sure about this. All right, let me come back over here. Try and find another one. Yeah, could not connect. Okay, can I back out? Yep. Okay. All right, spectators. Pick another one. Try this one. Oh, this one's 18, 19 lore. We're gonna join. We've joined this one right at the end, as it were. I mean, actually, if Elmeister can Elmeister not quest? Wait, whose turn is this? Whose turn is this? World's greatest criminal mastermind. Love that card. Banish a character with 5 strength or more. Right. So I would imagine it has to. Actually, I don't know. Is that what this is for? See if that changes. I mean, it's fairly easy to see whoever's turn it is, right? I mean, if it's Elmeister, you just quest. And if it's Ragamo, yeah, you actually can't play this. Banish chosen character with 5 or more. I don't think you can play that if there's no target. I mean, could be wrong, but so this Olaf's taken 2 damage, right? Oh, but it's got 3. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. Not quite sure what's happening. Maybe we should leave this one. Nothing seems to be happening. Tape again. We go this one. See what's happening here. Oh, we've joined another 18, 19. So I think we've just seen. I mean, that's the problem trying to join stuff mid round, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I see it. Be prepared. Hold on. This is going to be an interesting couple turns, actually. So that's going to go there. You have to see a Be Prepared Oh. Okay. What have I missed here? Does Elmeister just not get to quest? I think he does, right? He just quest with Hades or Tinkerbell. I think that both gets you there, unless I've missed something horrible. And looks like yeah, okay. That should be 20. Wait. What? Okay, so it looks like the lore counter must be the lore counter can't be right. Something okay, this would be interesting. Casting a game where the lore counter doesn't seem to be working. Can we? Okay, I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, but probably no point in casting the rest of this. So I guess we'll be back with our round 7 when the parents go up. Okay, so now we're back for round, what, 7 is this? Here we go. And it looks like we have ourselves that, what's that? That Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. Everyone's favorite deck, Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Steel. So let's see how we go here. And that's an interesting card, the Blue Fairy, that Ethereal Glow, letting you draw a card when you put down a Floodborn. Really interesting. So it looks like as we join here, oh, quite a late game scenario actually, with both players on 8, but not a lot of lore realistically. Well, I guess we're halfway there. So we're going to see a Madam Mim getting ink sent to the inkwell. I'm going to see Fidget. Yeah, Merlin Quest, and now it's over to Keith, Pixelborn Keith, actually, I should say. So he's going to ink that Tinkerbell, go up to 9 ink. We're going to see a quest, and the Yzma coming down. Who's that going to shuffle away? Shuffle away the own Madam Mim to draw 2. I like it. I like that. Yzma lets you, if you want to, shuffle one of your own characters and draw 2. It's actually a really underrated part of the card, as it were. Obviously, very good for removal as well. And obviously, you get to draw an extra card because of that Blue Fairy. Draw a card while you have a Floodborn in play. And then it's evasive as well. On the 2 cost. Very strong card, actually. This is a sort of new age purple metal deck that you use that Blue Fairy to draw cards over the course of the game. How am I? Am I ready for next week? All right, over to Impact TCG. And I see all manner of stuff going on now. Madam Mim times 2. I see a Merlin Crab. We see Fidget. So that's going to be, what, 10? No, that's going to be 10, sorry. And then a pass over. Now, I feel as if he's going to have to try and get some removal now. There's a whole lot of stuff going on. But if we look at Impact's hand, that's a whole lot of removal. What can Keith do? Now, Tinkerbell's a good start. It's going to do 1 damage everywhere. If we see a grab your sword, maybe this turn as well, that's going to be a board wipe. 4 banishes, baby. 4 banishes. Most definitely. Oh my goodness gracious me. That's a board wipe, everybody. And then we're going to see some quests in there as well from Blue Fairy and Yzma as Keith goes up to 8. Now, over to Pixelborn. Now, is this a turn, Impact, I should say, where you go for the B-pad? Looks like he is. Okay. We'll have no ink left, but Keith does have a big hand, so we'll probably have no issue in, you know, building back up. But then the problem is for Keith, if you just, like, put all your cards in one basket, as it were, to respond to that Be Prepared, Impact has another Be Prepared. So let's see what Keith, you know, opts to do here. Because it could get a little bit techie as Benja comes down as well. So not putting everything down, that makes sense. But let's see what Impact will do here. It's like, do you really want to be prepared? Just those 2. Yep, looks like Impact does, and we'll be getting sent to the discard file, as it were. Okay. Do I want to see Maleficent come down, draw a card into Smash? Smash getting sent to the inkwell. I think that's a fairly easy decision there. Beast is going to come down as well. Impact does have the Be Prepared and a Lady Tremaine. So are you going to be prepared again? I think you are. Yep, there we go. Impact is saying stop playing cards. Now, Keith does... Wait, have these laws been updating? I guess no one's questioned in a while, actually. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. I feel as if it's been 9-8 for a while. Because I feel as if the ink doesn't seem to be resetting either. So let's have a look. Does the ink reset? No. Yeah, the numbers for the ink aren't changing for some reason. Okay. Let's try and keep an eye and see if the law changes. Because if the law change, keep an eye on that. So we're going to see Merlin come down. Yeah, bounce by Madam Mim, keep drawing cards. This is what Impact needs to try and do here. Get back in the game, get some stuff on the board, and get some lore. And let's see what Keith does now. I mean, if you see your opponent play 2, be prepared. You have to imagine that hopefully they haven't got more. So maybe this is a turn where you just go mad. And it looks like that's what they're going to do with a double beast. Now, are those beasts going to survive? We know that Pixel Impact does have the Lady Tremaine. I mean, problem with Lady Tremaine is your opponent gets to pick, though. So if you was to Lady Tremaine, that's going to only get rid of, well, Madam Mim. And in which case, it's like, yeah, carry on, mate. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's not really too helpful. What does this Biden contract do again? Exert one of your characters and then exert chosen character on a 4. Interesting. I mean, Pinocchio does that job, right? I guess Pinocchio's not an item, though. Pixelborn, what has you got here? So we got Merlin, Madam Mim, Merlin. Oh, I guess we can use the bidding contract now, actually, because you can, what, exert Cusco, exert a beast. Oh, gonna exert Madam Mim. Oh, because now I guess Lady Tremaine has to get rid of a beast now. Is that the thought process? Okay. So now that has to get rid of a beast. I think that's probably it now, right? Yep, okay. Beast obviously going to let you draw 2 cards there. Very nice. There comes the Elsa for the double exert. Lady Tremaine won't be doing any questing next turn, that's for sure. I mean, I'm not sure how much ink they're working with here, but it must be a lot. Let's see, what, 11? As the Benja gets rid of the bidding contract as well, of course. With that, we have a choice ability. Then over to Impact TCG. See what he... It's very interesting casting a game where you don't know what the lore is. But hey, it's making it entertaining nonetheless. There we do see Merlin come down. I'm gonna bounce back. Oh no, it's Madam Mim that bounces, isn't it? Here comes Madam Mim. There we go. That's gonna bounce back. Probably Lady Tremaine or the Merlin. Go into Minnie Mouse. Merlin Crab comes down. That's gonna boost up someone's strength. Madam Mim into the big beast KO there. And back over to Keith. I mean, Keith can quest with Elsa now, right? Can singlet the Storm Rage on, get rid of Cusco. It's going to allow Impact to draw a card. Let's see what that's going to be. Madam Mim Fox, fantastic card in this scenario. Another Elsa comes down for the double freeze again, locking that Lady Tremaine right where it is, meaning that this Elsa can quest for 3. Big time lore get on the board. And that's 2 from Benja. That's 5. Yeah, that's a lot of lore. Ain't no mistake about it. Here comes the Madam Mim, though, with that rush. That's going to bounce back Lady Tremaine to get rid of Benja. Now, I would imagine Lady Tremaine can probably come back down now. That's going to get rid of an Elsa. Probably the exerted one, I would imagine, because it's harder to hit the next one. And then Minnie Mouse come down as well. Over to Keith. Does have another Elsa, so can lock up Lady Tremaine again. But Lady Tremaine plus Madam Mim would make sense, right? So it can't actually start swinging for that 4 damage. Here comes a Benja again. Keith saying, right, you're going to have to start keeping up with my board at some point. There's 3 more lore on the board. And let's see what can Impact do. Elsa with that 4-6, that's high stats. I mean, we do see a Madam Mim. So Madam Mim, well, I guess that's been locked down, actually. What does he do? +3. That'll go to 4. That doesn't get rid of the Elsa, actually. So that double freeze locking up that Madam Mim Fox could be really, really impactful, actually. Yeah. I'm not quite sure. But no, so we're going to see a Friends on the other side get a song. That's going to draw into Maui plus Merlin Rabbit. Okay. Madam Mim's going to come down. I would have Oh wait, if you have enough ink, could you? Okay, I thought you maybe going to bounce back the mints, put it back down again. But it's like Lady Tremaine is gonna get bounced back to the hand as the Minnie Mouse of all things is the one to finish off that L. So Lady Tremaine comes back. I was gonna have to get rid of Benja, I think. And here, just all the red removal is just really, just incredible to watch. Think about comes down. Does give it that Madam Fox for what it's worth, but I don't know if you want to just try and get as much lore into play as possible. There goes Tinkerbell though. That's gonna go with that Madam Fox. Madam Snake still left. Does Keith have enough? Yet to put down the beast. He does. So questing for 3 again. I have to imagine Keith must be very close now to that 20. And it looks like that was a concession. Okay, let's see if we. Hang on, let me come off this. If this next one, let's see if this next one, do the numbers update or not? Are we just getting unlucky? Yeah. Oh, this is like a fun game too. I see blues, I see greens. Let's see if this stuff updates then. So we've got 9 ink here, 13 to 5 lore. This is not looking good for my friend Marmot. So this Flynn Rider's questing for 0. It's unfortunate. Lucifer's 2-2. And another Flynn Rider as well. 4 cards in hand. Is that we're going to see Jafar into the Inkwell? Oh, this one, it looks like this one's working. Because that's updated. So that's 10 now. Lucifer comes down again. And that's going to force Marmot to discard 2 cards from their hand. Because there is no action there, unfortunately. And whoa, we just see a concession. I'm not sure who that was. But yeah, we see a concession. Wow. Okay. Goodness gracious. So we try and find another one. Let's just try and find another one. I think we're quite late into the round here, though, so things might be dying down. Looks like here we join an 18-2 game. Can purple clutch this out? Another green, red. So I like that. Discarding and removal. I mean, maybe it might not be outside the realm of possibility, realistically. Wow, we see Steamboat Mickey Mouse. Not something I think I'd ever see competitively, but there it is. Okay, let's see what's going on here. It does have Lady Tremaine, so that's going to get rid of Maleficent, right? Does have 5 left, so can still go for the Lucifer. Right? Oh, then that activates Bookie as well? Wow. Now the Lucifer's going to do a hand rip, right? But then the problem is that spell book, it's just going to quest. Well, I say quest, but you know what I mean. Effectively questing. Quest for, it's going to just go to 19 next turn. And I don't know if my friend Talman Purple has a way to get rid of items. Kind of needs to, though. There goes the knowledge from the spell source of the spell book. And oh, that was 20. Oh, was he on? My bad. Okay, let's come off this. Try and find another one. Let's see. Zephyr YouTube. What's going on here? Ooh, I see a big Herc. Okay. I see a Hercules. I see a Cinderella. I see triple flute, by the way. So it's like a Amber Songs, but like a beefier version. Don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. Whose turn is it? Can't really tell. 13-6 though. Artabacks. Opponents choosing. Oh, so we're going to see Strength for a Raging Fire. Going to get rid of Madam Snake. Sleepy Flute activation. That's 3 lore, by the way. But anytime items that give you lore, I think are going to be really impactful in the metagame moving forward. We just saw Spellbook there. Now we see Sleepy Flute. I think they're going to be really strong, all things considered. And then one thing, we see the Hercules questing. We see the other Hercules questing. And we do see the other Hercules. And that's all tied up. And the removal power in Artabac's hand isn't the greatest. I mean, Maui can come in, swing him. Which would actually get rid of Big Herc, right? Because he swings for 5. He swings for 6, so yeah, that actually would KO Big Herc, which is sad. Well, for Big Hercules. Oh, but going into the little. Oh, and then Leaf is going to ready up the Maui, so now Maui can be safe. Can actually swing again. Wow, Maui coming in for the double banish. Wow, and all of a sudden, this is looking a bit dangerous here. We could even see Olaf. Obviously, Olaf swing into Cinderella, but that's actually not possible. As Artifact goes to 15. Madam Snake, what, bounce back Leafu? That goes into a Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell's nice, but probably not what you need right now. Can't sing Whole New World of Cinderella, which is unfortunate. So let's see what's going on here. If you sing Whole New World, I don't know if it's good enough. Unless you join Whole New World's 5, right? So yeah, you have to ink that, go up to 9. So you got 4 ink to play with after Whole New World. Here we go. We get another Sleepy Flute. No damage dealing songs. I think we kind of needed the damage dealing songs there, realistically. And I don't see it. So I think that might wrap this one up. Sleepy Flute comes down. I mean, that's four lore just for singing a song. But I guess actually, Artabax doesn't win next turn. Zephyr can win next turn as long as he can sing a song. And we do see World's Greatest Criminal Mind. But I don't know if you can play that if there's no characters in play of under 5 strength. So might need to top deck song. And hasn't got aerial, by the way. We do see Gaston, that 3/3 singer, sing up to 5. So I guess any song on a top deck, really. But I think as it stands right now, not quite out of the woods yet for Artbacks. If Artbacks can actually... Do they have a Merlin Go? Could they win? 16, 17, 18. They didn't draw into a Merlin Goat. Does have Merlin Rabbit, but won't be able to do both because they're both 4 costs, so won't be able to draw into it that way. Could go, like I say, could go for Be Prepared, but then, excuse me, no, Artabax, what's the word? Sorry, Zephyr doesn't need characters to win this game; just needs a song. So, yeah, it's an interesting scenario for both players. I mean, Artabax can definitely just like quest and try and win next turn. Oh, that was a concession. Wow. I mean, Zephyr wasn't there yet, but wow, we see a concession there. Interesting. Okay, see if we can get one more. Silver Sorcerer. It's an interesting game. Someone's on 19 lore, but they had Maui in play. The Maui can't quest. Let's see what our blue-red player can do. I mean, it's not outside the possibility that they clutched his back, you know. I mean, I see double Maleficent in hand. I see Let It Go. I see Porpsicle. I see Aladdin even. I see a Maurice's Workshop. Place I even be able to draw a card. Okay. Porp's gonna come down, draw a card. Oh, that Tamatoa. That is what? A 4 lore Tamatoa? Another Porpsicle? 5 lore Tamatoa? Could get back an item? Can put it down? Go on, put that down. Put that down, my friend. Let's get another one. Let's get another one. Get that Maurice's Workshop down now. Get that in play for me. I'm going to go for the Aladdin. Oh, that actually makes sense. Reduce. Okay, yeah, I like it. I like it. That's a 5 lore Tamatoa? Who needs Belle? Who needs Alice? Get back another item. Fishbone Quill. Wow, I'm glad we hopped into this one. Shield of Virtue. Ready up Tamatoa just to make sure. Or not. Okay. So if this Merlin can draw into a goat. You play the Madam Mim. Get back Merlin Rabbit. Draw a card. I mean, goat actually doesn't get you there. It gets you closer. It gets you closer. Maui's coming in. 6. Yeah, I can say that's not a KO, is it? Interesting. Okay. Now we see. Oh, then Teeth of Ambitions. Right, that makes sense. Okay. And then you get to draw a card off your. Oh, the rabbit's not KO'd. I apologize. Good to see Madam Mim to bounce back that Merlin. Draw an extra card. You just see a Merlin goat realistically. Lady Tremaine's not bad though. We'll take that. Wow, this is so close. I love these endgame scenarios in Lorcana. Okay, so we see Lady Tremaine's, we see Tamatoa, we see Maleficent. It's all kicking off here, quite honestly. Nick Wildcrest for 2, 17. Lady Tremaine's going to get rid of that Madam Mim Fox. See you later. Do you put down another... Do you put down Tamatoa? Do you have enough ink for that? Surely, I don't think you've inked this turn, right? Maybe you ink like Hirisham? Or Hirium, sorry. Get down Tamatoa. Ah, to be fair, it doesn't really matter, does it? I think getting down something else is nice, though. Realistically. This is unbelievable board state, though. Red, blue. Oh, Hirium is going to hit the... Oh, I guess you can discard an item now to draw 2. I guess that makes sense. One step ahead, Fishbone Quill. Not the most helpful. Another Fishbone Quill? Draw a card. Nick Wild. I mean, you can play that. Draw another... I mean, so Win is on board for our B91. We'll go with that. Yeah, right. Because what they got to do now, they have to just, they got so many things that can quest. Hirion quest for 1, that's 2. So that's win is Nick Wall plus 2. Lady Tremaine. So many ways to win. Nothing on board yet, though. So let's see what Silver Sorcerers can do. I think this is a game 3 as well. Oh, we're going to see another Fishbone Quill activation. Goodness me. 15 ink. 16 ink. Madam Mim's Snake. So I think Silver Sorcerer's going to have to just put down that Merlin Rabbit and hope good things happen. Olaf, isn't it? Olaf is not it. The Tremaine going to come down. I mean, you just get rid of what, Aladdin? Because did you have enough ink to where you can Madam Mim Lady Tremaine and put it back down again? But I don't think you do. And it looks like B91 just has to quest. 19. 21. There we go. Wow. So that was a pretty fun round. I think we're kind of wrapping up. Actually, no, we've got plenty of time. Let's see if we can find another one. You can join back into another game or one that we watched earlier. Yeah, so we just finished watching one of these games. They're for YouTube and Artaback. So this must be game 2, I think. Oh, wow. As we join in for a double grab your sword. See you later, alligator. In a wild crocodile. And we're going to see 2 quests in there from Zephyr. Or 1 quest, I should say. Let's see what Artaback's can do. As you do see a Gaston hit the Inkwell as well. And Artaback has a very good hand. Anytime you got Maui, be prepared. Minnie Mouse. You can't really complain too much, right? So... Let's see what Artabacks can do. We are going to see Minnie Mouse hit the Inkwell. Maui. Maui probably swings into aerial. Yeah, that makes sense. Removing that single threat. Leafu's going to come down to ready the Maui. So Maui's going to go swinging again. Maui. Scary, scary geezer, all things considered. Now, over to Zephyr, I should say. We'll have 7 ink. Boy, you might have to be down, put down an aerial and cross your fingers, I think. I can't really see much else happening. That Beast is going to come down. Oh, goodness, Artabax has the double be prepared. Can't actually do a thing this turn. Apart from Quest from Leaf, I don't think this is a board that you want to be prepared realistically. So, this might just be a quest for Lifu. Yep. And then a pass it over, I think. Can't quest with Maui. But then again, I guess Beast can get you 2 cards here. But it looks like, yep. I'm going to see Tinkerbell come down. Tinkerbell and then the Sing of Let the Storm Rage On. Could be quite fun. But it looks like we're going to go for an Aerial instead. Maybe draw into a Grab Your Sword. That'd be a monstrous thing. But it is instead a whole new world. I don't know if you want to play that when your opponent's got a 2-card hand. That's for sure. Especially if they've done nothing last time. Friends on the other side is fantastic. Top deck there for Artabax though. Okay, Madam Mim and a Minnie Mouse. We're going to see a quest from Lifu. Madam Mim can now bounce back the Lifu. Oh no, we're going to see the Be Prepared now. Madam Mim hits the Inkwell. Not the greatest of hands there for Artabax. But let's see what Yeffa can do. Going to Inkner, Let the Storm Rage On into a Tinkerbell. Definitely doesn't want to play that whole new world. And again, here we're just going to start playing baiting the... Okay, I was going to say baiting the Be Prepared, but there we go. As we see it immediately get used. Zephyr is going to draw into the aerial. Not really a lot we can want to see with here. Well, I guess anything, to be honest. Maybe Let the Storm Rage On. Draw a card even. I think that was a fail, actually. Wow. Strength of a Raging Fire goes into the Inkwell. So we are going to... Oh, we're going to see... Maybe see a Be Prepared there, but not quite. Merlin... Rabbit is going to hit the field as a Merlin Goat as well. Going to go to the Inkwell, actually. It's now like Yzma could get played just to remove all options for Yeffa. Gets to draw 2 cards, though. Oh, no. Hercules, Prince Eric, and a whole new mod. Not quite what we're after, all things considered. Not looking great here for Yeffa. You might have to play that whole new mod, but giving your opponent 7 new cards... Oh, they got 10 ink. Seems so brutal. But then putting down Hercules and Prince Eric, I don't think is much of a needle mover. Realistically. You say that. Here comes Prince Eric. Here comes Herc. Yeah. Wow, and Artabax top decks friends on the other side. Gets a Be Prepared and a Merlin. Wow. Not bad. Can actually play that Be Prepared. Can quest, and then Be Prepared if he likes. I mean, not the worst thing in the world, is it? To be fair. Merlin's going to beef up that Merlin. Merlin going to beef up Merlin. We see a quest from the Yzma. A quest for Merlin. Oh. 3 whole new worlds when your opponent has a 1-card hand. But I guess now you haven't really got a choice. It did get rid of a Be Prepared, but then Artabax does just draw into the next one. World's Greatest Criminal Mastermind hits the Inkwell. So got 4 ink now. Is that a shift into Herc? I think it was. Big Herc. Gonna KO that Yzma. Prince Eric's gonna KO the Merlin. And okay, gets to draw a card. Wow. Yeah, Artabax drew pretty well there. Not quite out of the woods yet though, but when you got a 12 lore advantage as well and hand advantage, looking pretty good. No teeth and ambitions there. That could have been quite nice. So let's see what Artabax gonna ink that. Swing into the Prince Eric. Obviously, Challenger does not work in that scenario. Madam Mim. The bounce back Merlin. Swing into the Hercules, which is going to be a KO. Oh wow, Zephyr could be in trouble here. Now it's time to just flood the board, I think. Get as much stuff in play as possible so she can start questing and win the game. If I was Artbacks, I'd be sending everything right now. Just so I can win this game at a faster rate, to be honest. Friends on the other side. War into teeth and ambitions and a friends. Great. What can Zephyr do? Currently 12 lore down. That is a big number. Beast, good start, you know. Quest for 2. Rapunzel. No, it's just time to just... That's not going to heal anything, so... Go as well. Do we see any Madam Mim? No Madam Mim in hand, actually. Do you see a Friends, though? Maybe Merlin could sing Friends. Teeth of Ambition hits the ink well. 12 ink to play with. That's a ridiculous amount of ink. Friends was paid for via ink. Now we do see a Madam Mim actually. So Yzma, get rid of Beast. No drawing extra cards with that. Obviously you do get to do draw 2 off the Yzma though. We're going to see Minnie Mouse quest, Olaf quest. That's 16. Can't put down the Merlin goat. Sorcerer's Spellbook though. Oh goodness. So now we need to see some removal there from Yeffa. Or Zephyr, I should say. Otherwise, could be in trouble. I mean, I think there is no could be. Definitely in trouble no matter what. But we need to see some removal ASAP. And I don't see any damage dealing songs there apart from Let the Storm Rage On. Isn't the one we need. To be fair, I don't think even Swords doesn't quite get you out of this, all things considered. But it's a fantastic start, though. Draw into the aerial. Aerial. Grab your sword. Oh, I think it failed. And yep, that's going to be a concession. Right then, so I think that's going to wrap up our round 7 coverage. Don't go too far. We'll be back for round 8 very soon.